Supervisors for Winnebago County. You'll all stand for the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Supervisor Powers.
Creator of all things, lover of all humankind, behold and visit the cities of the earth. Renew the ties of mutual regard which form our civic life. Enable us to eliminate poverty, prejudice, and oppression. Help us to meet the needs of our communities as we face cutbacks, layoffs, and shutdowns. Amen.
Vice Chairman Fari, adoption of tonight's agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll move to approve tonight's agenda as amended. The amendment is you have a new document, a one-page agenda document that's on your desk. That is the one we will be following. Thank you.
There is nothing really changed on there other than some of the numbers in that. Everything is the same. There's nothing put on there new or whatever, so. Motion made and seconded. Supervisor Dowling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to pull, I don't know what the resolution number is now, I believe it was 186 for the lease agreement between the FAA from the consent agenda.
We don't do that yet until we get to the consent agenda.
Okay.
Motion made and seconded for the adoption of this evening's adopted agenda. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Carried. At this time, the public comment time will be allowed for persons to present to express their opinion on any resolution or ordinance that appears on the agenda, as well as any matter over which this body has jurisdiction. Pursuant to Rule 6.4 of the Rules of the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors, the County Board Chair shall limit all public comments to a 2-minute. If you would like to stand, state your name and address.
It's working. Can you hear me? All right. My name is Holly Stevens. My address is 6214 Furman Road. I am the clerk and zoning administrator from the town of Winchester, and I am speaking tonight in regard to Chapter 27 shoreland zoning that is before this body. 11 of 15 towns in Winnebago County have followed the statutory process, adopting their own general zoning ordinances. The local control is essential for towns to guarantee fair and tailored land use regulation. The county zoning department has refused to recognize towns' general zoning authority in shoreland areas and continues to impose the county's general zoning regulation instead. Recognizing the problem, the county P&Z committee members of this body directed the zoning department staff to rewrite the shoreland zoning ordinance using the DNR template to correct the situation. The ordinance as presented to this body is compliant with state statute. You will likely hear Executive Hintz and Corporation Counsel attempt to complicate the issue. They have already made public comments expressing concern that the approval of the draft ordinance creates possible legal liability for the county. To the contrary, the state statute specifies and assigns a limited obligation and a limited authority to counties to exercise zoning only as it relates to the purposes of shoreland protections. The law goes further in that it tasks the DNR with determining if a county is meeting the requirements. And the DNR has provided the ordinance template to ensure counties have compliant regulation. As such, approval of the draft ordinance, which follows the DNR template, all but eliminates legal liability. In fact, if the county board does not approve the draft ordinance, the possibility of legal liability is much greater. They have also claimed that towns are not ready to administer their general zoning in shoreland areas, asserting that towns need to draft and adopt new regulation to do so. This is false. General zoning is administered uniformly, whether in or out of shoreland areas. 11 towns have already adopted the local regulation as prescribed by state law. The towns of Winnebago County are ready and eager to work together. We urge you to approve the shoreland zoning ordinance as presented. Thank you.
I'm Matt Olson, Chairman for the Town of Winchester. Despite the fact that 11 out of 15 towns have followed the statutory process to establish their own local general zoning authority, and despite the fact that all of these towns' general zoning ordinances have been recognized and certified by the state of Wisconsin, the Winnebago County Zoning Department has chosen to ignore the town's authority and continues to impose the county's general zoning regulation in shoreland areas. This county overreach has resulted in significant confusion and conflict for property owners. Similar situations proliferated around the state, and in 2015, the state legislature adopted Act 41 to clarify and affirm the authority granted to towns to exercise general zoning in shoreland areas. It is worth noting that the official public record of the assembly vote count was 95 ayes and 0 nays, with Gordon Hintz serving as representative to the assembly, voting in the affirmative. More time passed, and conflicting interpretations of Act 41 resulted in the state legislature taking even more action, in 2019 passing Act 145, which further clarified and reaffirmed the authority granted to towns. This action was passed by unanimous consent, implying that Representative Gordon Hintz voted in the affirmative again. After many months of work to correct the county's regulatory overreach, the P&Z Committee is presenting the county board with a draft shoreland ordinance which follows the DNR template, and it is a statutorily compliant document. Despite voting twice to affirm and reaffirm town authority to administer general zoning in shoreland areas, Gordon Hintz is now working against the towns of Winnebago County. His recent Facebook post is a misleading narrative filled with propaganda in an attempt to delay and derail the passage of the proposed ordinance. These efforts to cause confusion are an attempt to usurp and ignore the statutory authority granted to towns by the state of Wisconsin. Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak to the board this evening?
Hi, everybody. My name is Ryan Rasmussen. I live at 2630 Templeton Place here in Oshkosh. I'm here to chat with you today, not only as a concerned citizen, but also as the executive director of the Oshkosh Area Community Pantry. Today, I'm here speaking in support of Resolution 0190, which, in short, is really just affirming you all sending a letter to Governor Evers asking for additional funds to be allocated to counties to support SNAP programming to help offset cuts that were made in the Federal Reconciliation Bill H.R. 1. I'm also here to help provide just some context about what's actually happening out there. For those of you that don't know the Oshkosh Area Community Pantry, our mission is simple. We strive to eliminate food insecurity, and we can do it in a variety of ways, but in the way that we choose is through a dignified grocery store style experience rather than guests receiving a preloaded box of food. What we've seen is tremendous need and tremendous growth in the last 4 years that I've been at the pantry as the executive director. 4 years ago, we were averaging 1,300 families a month. Right now, we're at 2,800 plus. Currently, food insecurity data in Winnebago County shows that 11.1% of our residents are facing food insecurity right now. So funding for food insecurity is becoming vital for the health and well-being of all of our residents. SNAP cuts will already be felt starting in November. Based on the government shutdown, starting November 1st, all SNAP benefits are cut. So no new monies will be given to any SNAP recipients. And also, for the first time, any outstanding balances that folks have could be in jeopardy as well. Through the pantry, we've also experienced some issues. LFPA funding was cut. That contributed to about $120,000 worth of produce we didn't see. TFAP, which is an emergency allotment we get from the government, has been cut. I received a call last week already that anything starting November 1st is going to be cut as well for us. All this to say that cities, counties, and pantries are going to bear the burden of our food insecure population. So we urge all of you to give any monetary support as you can and help support this bill this resolution going to Governor Evers. And if anybody hasn't been, I invite you all to a tour to see us. We'd love to show off what we do and explain some more. So thank you.
1761 Braden Beach Road. I live on the North Shore of Lake Winnebago in the village of Fox Crossing, and I oppose the shoreland rezoning ordinance. I can't speak about the towns, but I can tell you that the village of Fox Crossing does not have the resources or knowledge to enforce the regulations that they currently have. As you know, the village of Fox Crossing has its own shoreland and zoning ordinances for Lake Winnebago. I spent the last 2 years fighting with the village of Fox Crossing. A mini mansion went up next to me, and it was not in compliance. And I've spent the last 2 years with the village trying to get this taken care of, and I still don't have a concrete solution. So passing off the burden to the towns, I don't think is a good idea because they don't have the resources or knowledge to back up what they'd be enacting. I also think there should be uniformity within the regulations, make the setbacks uniform throughout both the villages, towns, and the county regulations. Thank you.
My name is Jim Erdman. I reside at 2492 Hickory Lane in the town of Oshkosh. Lived there for over 50 years. And a couple things. First, this revision here, it only affects the unincorporated areas. It does not apply to cities and villages at all. Cities and villages are under different state statutes. One thing, you only have to be 50 feet from the high water mark. Unincorporated areas have to be 75.
Mr. Ehrman, can you use the microphone, please? Just go over a little bit. Thank you.
This has no impact on unincorporated areas at all. Okay, I was involved in the 2000s when the state rewrote their shoreline zoning ordinance, went around the state, and they did a good job, made a lot of good changes here. Winnebago County's been doing a good job for my lifetime of their planning and zoning office of administering the state's codes for shoreline zoning. County, states made these laws on what can be done on those properties for structures and they don't have their own cops. The county planning and zoning offices in the state enforce those state regulations statewide. Everything within 1,000 feet of the lake and within 300 feet of a stream, not only in the unincorporated areas. So in 2010, the county had to adopt an ordinance reflecting the state's revised shoreline NR 115. It's right here. The only thing in there, it was controversial. I was at that meeting, so was my supervisor at the time, about putting this here of what you can do on the land, the use of the land, into this. One little sentence in here. It was controversial back then. It went in, and since then, we've been I'm sorry. There's been 2 acts of legislation at the state level clarifying that could come out, and then that it has to come out, that it only, this ordinance that you propose tonight can only reflect shoreline issues. And we've worked on this now for 2 years. This is the model ordinance that the state DNR, with their lawyers, wrote that reflects the legislations in the last 10 years. That it should just be the state guidelines and not this. This comes out, and what it's replaced in those 11 towns is their own local ordinances. Nothing wrong with zoning and what you can do on the land, how many dog houses you can have, cars, ice shanties, whatever, but it should be done at a local level. The state does not require that to be done at a county level, and by taking this out, it's done at the town level. Towns already have their ordinances. All these 11 towns already do their own zoning except for the shoreline areas. There's no need for towns to rewrite their ordinances unless they want to start tweaking it for different neighborhoods, but it's better done at a local level, not the county or the state level. So that's what's at issue here tonight. And we not against zoning. We can do better zoning by passing this here tonight. And thank you for letting me speak. And the Winnebago County Planning and Zoning Office does a good job of administering stuff over the years and taking care of it. But towns need to deal with the use of the land. Thank you.
Here. My name is Brian No. I live at 5156 David Drive, Omro. I am the Town of Omro Chairman, and I'm also the Chairman of the Winnebago Towns Association unit. Your folks were kind enough to attend our last unit meeting that we had with your corp council and express some of the concerns they had. But all of the towns are well aware of this and are in support of it. So we're just asking you to support giving the town the power to do their own zoning. Much like you don't like when the state tells you what to do at the county level, towns would like to keep as much as we can at the local level. So I'm going to keep it short because I always like short public comment, but I would appreciate your support. Thank you.
Is there anyone else from the audience?
Funny being on this side of the glass. State Representative Nate Gustafson, proudly now Town of Omro, which would explain my absence from the board. What I wanted to come and say is thank you all for doing what you're doing. Obviously, it's been a pleasure to serve with a lot of you. I hope very soon you'll have representation from District 28 that actually lived in the district longer than I had. So soon enough, you'll be taking that up. I also wanted to come and speak on behalf of the resolution regarding the SNAP benefits and the backfilling that you're asking for from the state perspective. And I do want to add a couple caveats so everyone understands what we're dealing with here. With federal shutdown, obviously there's federal funds that are going to impact the SNAP benefits. There have been multiple proposals to fund the government, which would open up some of the funding that would come back. So I'd ask that you'd all contact Senator Baldwin, who has not voted for the continuation of the government funding bill, as well as you do, if you do pass this tonight, I would make sure you all understand that there is a pool of money down in Madison currently that we all are very fond of, known as ARPA funds, that are still under control of Governor Evers. So I definitely urge that Governor Evers, especially to use money that's called the American, obviously Rescue Plan money, to actually come through and maybe fill this, the backfill on the SNAP benefits. So again, I just want to come by and say thank you again for everything you guys do. It was an honor to serve with you. I was kind of rushing back from Madison too. I didn't know if I was going to have to do this over Zoom or not. But thank you again.
We want to also thank you, Nate, for your years of service. So thank you much, and thank you for representing us down at state. Is there anyone else out there that would like to speak before the board tonight? Anyone else? Anyone else? Is there anyone on Zoom? There's no one on Zoom, so that part is closed. Communication from the county clerk.
Good evening, everyone. On your desks tonight, you have a whole pile. You have the budget books, the ones that requested them, they're on your desks. In the manila folder is your budget agenda and the supporting documentation. We did not reprint all of the documents if we would happen to go into Tuesday. Also on your desk is an invitation to the Christmas party. And if you could turn in your reservations by November 21st, that would be awesome. And then on to my communications. We have a notice of claim from Gerald Freelon on behalf of claimant Jacob Ganther for damage to his vehicle from a highway department vehicle. That will be referred to the Personnel and Finance Committee. And then we have two zoning petitions. One from Wildwood Baptist Church in the town of Algoma to rezone from A2 to B3 for tax parcel number 002-0222201. And petition number 2 for Suzanne Bauer in the town of Omro to rezone from A2 for Lot 1 to B3, general business, and Lot 2 to A2 for tax parcel numbers 016041403 and 0160411. Both of these will be forwarded on to the Planning and Zoning Committee.
Reports from committees, commissions, and boards. Your mic should be working now, so you can push in and should be able to see if you push your buttons.
Hold
Push
on,
your button.
Hold.
Supervisor Powers? Okay. Supervisor Powers, I'll get to you next. Sorry about that. I seen her hand, that's why I caught her. Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank Dr. Topol for taking us on organizing the tour for the Human Services buildings in Oshkosh and in Neenah Menasha. And also want to thank the county board, the county clerk's office for providing us with lunch, or dinner. Thank you.
Supervisor Hintz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to echo Supervisor Powers' thanks for the tour last night. I think everybody that attended had a good chance to learn a lot about our human services buildings and the age of our buildings and the way we're outgrowing them. As far as Facilities Committee, our meeting for this month would have been scheduled during the budget session, so we only had one item that was not time sensitive, so this month's Facilities Committee will not be meeting, and we're looking at probably combining our November and December meetings into one December meeting, because otherwise our meetings will be a couple days before Thanksgiving and a couple days before Christmas. So just so everybody is aware, keep an eye on that. If there's anything you're following along with that, just wanted everybody to have a heads up on that. We'll probably have one meeting instead of one meeting in November and one in December. We'll probably just have one meeting in December. Thank you.
Supervisor Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I just wanted to note that I wanted a budget book. I didn't get one. So if we could add my name to that list. Thank you.
He's got one.
Supervisor Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just like to point out, Land and Water is probably in the middle of one of our biggest projects out there that is going excellently. I did put a little pretty picture on everybody's desk there if you've got that kind of handy. This project was hopefully going to be done during the winter. It took 2 years to get the final permit through. The ice was no longer safe. The contractor that was going to do it in the winter, which is much cheaper, agreed to do it during the summer at the same winter price, which we were enthused about. Picture there kind of shows his setup. It puts the 2 dump trucks on there, has a skid steer in front that drops the rock in there. They are going to be putting in 11,700 tons of rock in that setup there, and they can haul about 50 ton a time, so they're making 200 trips back and forth from the Winnebago Bridge out there. The little skid on the side of the barge there, that shows the matting that they put down first so that the rock doesn't sink out of sight. The little yellow machine there, that guy has more guts than I do, because he's balancing out there, putting all that rock down. I do know that Chad and his staff are going out there almost daily, marking exactly where they want the rock to be placed and supervising everything, so it's all done to the standards that the permit requires. If anybody is at all interested, I have some pontoon boats very close to that. I kind of think I can offer it to you for free, but for $1 you can rent one of my pontoon boats and go out there, take a look at it. If you want me to ride along, be happy to do it. This is the biggest thing happened to Winnie County since Jimmy Coughlin decided we needed to secede from the state in '67. So obviously we're very excited about this project, but I'm more excited that it appears the local contractor has figured out a pretty unique way of building these that might be affordable, and it's way safer to do during the summer. So, sorry if it took too much time, but it's a pretty exciting project for us. Thank you.
Supervisor Laux.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to alert all of the board members that today your constituents that are on SNAP did receive a virtual alert that their November benefits for current food share members will be delayed, and they will be delayed until the government reopens, the federal government reopens. And anything that they have on their cards now, they should spend before November 1st because it may disappear. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to say anything to the board? Anyone else? Supervisor Bender.
I'd just like to say I also was out there and toured that, and it is quite amazing. We did one probably about 6 or 7 years ago, and the wildlife is coming back. You get the vegetation growth, so you got a nice area for the fish to spawn. You got a nice area for the ducks. If you look in that picture where all those canes are, when you get the boats riding by there, those canes keep breaking away, and there's less and less of them all the time. So it's essential that if we don't do something like that, that'll be a thing you won't see ever. You know, it just leaves and it never grows back because you have too much with the boating traffic, and now you got the wake boats, and we keep destroying things. It seems nice to actually see that we're leaving something better than what it is today. So something for resources for our children in the future that they'll be able to see that. If you wouldn't do that, that another 10, 15 years, all those canes will be gone. It'll just be a big body of water. There'll be no place for fish to spawn. There's no place for ducks to have habitat to basically build a nest. And, you know, if you have the opportunity in the future to do more of these, it's something that you'll be leaving something behind that'll last for a long time. So I encourage any county board member that has the time to see how it's done. And if any of these projects come along in the future, I would definitely support them because you're basically enhancing the water for the next generation.
Okay, not seeing anyone else. County executives report and appointments. So they can all see you from all angles.
Sorry, this is not my best sign. Great, good evening, everyone. I want to begin with a real positive. I want to take a moment to recognize someone who's made a truly lasting mark on our community. This year, Vice Chair Chuck Farry received a Lifetime Impact Award from the Fox Wolf Watershed Alliance for his work on water conservation over the last 5 decades, a recognition that reflects decades of dedication, innovation, and quiet leadership. Over the years, he has been absolutely. Over the years, he's been a steady advocate for protecting our most important resource, from improving conservation practices and partnering with farmers and municipalities, to mentoring the next generation of environmental stewards and championing a $3 million investment from Spirit Funds. Supervisor Farry has built a legacy that will quite literally keep our water cleaner and our communities stronger for years to come. What stands out most about Chuck is not just the results, but the way he achieved them with collaboration, persistence, and a deep respect for the people and places he served. Please join me in congratulating Chuck on this well-deserved recognition. We're proud to work alongside someone whose lifelong commitment has made such a meaningful difference. And Julie and Cassie have a short video made by the Fox Wolf Watershed Alliance for the award we wanted to share with all of you.
Now, the number one thing that you have to have that's essential to life is water, clean water.
In Winnebago County and across the Fox Wolf region, Chuck Farry's name has become synonymous with thoughtful leadership and long-term conservation.
I've been in service both on town and county level for about 48 years. When you're in public service, I think you start out naive It's an educational process, for sure. You get to meet a lot of good people, and I've certainly enjoyed doing that. The effect of the water and the quality of the water in this region is really the dominant issue you need to address. Without these conservation practices, as the population grows, it will get worse. The question to me becomes not achieving an 80% cleaner water. The question to me is not letting it get any worse. Not only maintain what we have, but improve upon it gradually.
In one of his most impactful roles, Chuck helped lead the charge to dramatically expand support for local conservation efforts, including a funding boost that would change what was possible for farmers across the county.
One of our farmers, he made the comment, why don't we try to get some of that money for conservation? So being a member of that commission, I simply took it forward. Eventually, the commission approved $3 million for conservation, and so did the county board, which I'm very grateful for. The credit goes to the people that I work with, the committees, the commissions, and the board.
I mean, to get that $3 million approved for a little department like us, to me, it speaks volumes.
Now we have 90% funding, and we're getting a lot more work done.
Those funds are being used to install conservation practices, everything from soil health initiatives to break walls, to conservation buffers, to a multitude of different practices.
I'm proud of the board accepting it and approving. They've shown real leadership in this county, so I'm proud of that. As you grow, you understand more in depth the significance of what we're doing. It's probably the most satisfying thing I've done since I've been on the county these past 24 years.
Chuck Farry's legacy is written in local policy, in miles of shoreline, and in every future drop of clean water flowing through the watershed.
It's not easy. Conservation is a hard sell.
You have to respect each other.
He is more than deserving for this award.
Each other's opinions.
Having that team mindset working together has really helped.
I hope I offer just common sense. And I think water quality is common sense.
Congratulations again. Congratulations. Pivoting to the budget. The budget has been out for 41 days, and from the budget workshops on September 10th to the 5 listening sessions and 2 civic organizations I've presented to the assorted committee meetings over the last month, I think you've heard a lot about the process, and we've got other things to talk about tonight, so I want to focus my comments on what's left to do over the next 6 days. We have had 9 amendments already submitted, and those were distributed to you tonight and posted online. Some of those were vetted by the committees of jurisdiction. Amendments can still be submitted, so please reach out to Marianne and Tori as soon as possible to get those complete. Once they are ready, we'll have the clerk's office published to the website and email the board members. Chairman Egan and I talked about this as a key piece of expanding transparency around our process. We want to be able to notify the public and the media about proposed changes and give you all time to vet your amendments with your constituents. Next Monday on the 27th, we'll begin with a short budget address from me, then go into questions the board has of department heads, followed by taking up amendments individually and passage of the amended budget and capital improvement plan. The budget workshop video, if you couldn't make it, I think we had about 2/3 of the board make it, are online, as are the committee meetings that reviewed the department budgets. And I hope you've had a chance to review the meetings you're interested in ahead of the budget meeting on Monday. Please reach out to staff with questions ahead of time as well. Just Fox Campus update, the Weiss Museum space. We've signed a lease with the Appleton History Museum so they can continue cataloging the vast collection of specimens. Their accreditation protocols require documenting all the items that they're moving to the Appleton History Museum, and the process has been taking longer than they thought. We agreed to cover their costs for 3 months, but we've recently reached an agreement that will allow the History Museum to continue their work, pay rent at the Fox Cities campus. And that covers our costs, and that gives them 3 months to complete the transition and then provides a month-to-month extension option after that. I appreciate their partnership and hope folks get a chance to see the former Weiss collection in Appleton, where you'll have to pay an extra 0.5% sales tax. Thought you'd like that. The Barlow. Revenues are up year over year as we continue to reach new audiences. They've really done a good job promoting things more. I think there's been a little bit more of a juice since Winnebago County's taken it over. We're hopeful that the successes we've had in the last 2 months will continue to escalate and will be ahead of the past year's revenue. The Barlow has Halloween themed shows yet this month, so make sure you get out to see Spooky Space, Moon Witch, and Chasing the Ghost Particle by the end of the month. I also want to thank Supervisor Ulbrich for, I hope you get a chance to see Insight Magazine. Covers Northeast Wisconsin. I think it goes to more than 40,000 people. Not only is there a great feature on the planetarium, its history and the work and its future, but on the next page there's a great piece on the role of aviation in Northeast Wisconsin, and specifically mentions Whitman Field, interviews Department Head Jim Schell, and you know, it's nice to have Winnebago County and, you know, our efforts featured in Insight. Back to the campus, band instruments. I know a lot of you heard from folks. We're finalizing a lease with the Fox Valley Community Band so that they can use 9 instruments. I'm pleased with the patience the organization has shown as things have been a little slower on our end. The transition from UW Oshkosh did not go exactly as smoothly as we would have hoped. And it's important for the county to take inventory and do our due diligence, given that we're now in the position of this for county taxpayers. The Communication Arts Center and Fieldhouse Management, we're making progress towards signing a lease for the management of the CAC and Fieldhouse with a group connected to the arts community. You know, we're sort of operating on a working with community leaders, business leaders, facilitating a plan, working with a management group to get things up and running, but also we're doing business tours because we continue to have interest in the property from a couple different businesses that I don't want to jinx, but you know, every time we take a new group through, we get a glimpse into someone else's vision of the campus, and I get excited about the you know, the opportunities. The reality is redevelopment takes time. We're trying to, you know, get the best deal for the long-term future that, again, you know, grows new tax base for Winnebago County, preserves the cultural assets of the campus that the community appreciates, but also adds value. You know, something that either creates jobs or creates entrepreneurship or drives innovation is really what we would like to see. But again, we'll keep. I'll try to keep you updated as I think the next meeting or two we'll have a couple things locked in. Tonight we have a resolution to authorize borrowing not to exceed $28 million. And normally this is a fairly routine vote, but tonight you might have a few more questions. Why is it more than usual? This authorization is more than we've typically had in any given year because we're asking for authorization to borrow 2 years' worth of capital projects to cover both fiscal year 2025 and 2026 projects. So why are we changing the Winnebago County practice and borrowing for 2 years' worth of projects? Well, the past practice is to approve capital projects and then fund them with reserves and then borrow at the end of the year to repay the general fund. And this practice ties up general fund balances and prevents us from investing the general fund dollars and returning the interest to the county. So by, you know, correcting this, the budget proposes we move our borrowing up such that each year's bond issuance is to fund the projects we're completing in that year, and in subsequent years we'll borrow for 1 year's worth of projects. So I know we're going to have more questions and more discussion, and we thankfully have our experts, both internal and external, here to answer those. But so how does a big borrowing increase only increase our debt service account by $200,000? That's because $8 million of the borrowing is supporting projects in highway or solid waste, and those departments will absorb the debt service or cash payment for these projects out of their enterprise accounts, so the levy-supported debt service will remain pretty flat. Again, Paul and Justin will go through a more detailed presentation on the numbers. I just wanted to share again, some thoughts on this change and answer some questions my office has received. After this correction, going forward, it'll be a lot easier for us to do things in a way, again, that maximizes resources and does it in the year that we're approving it. As if there was nothing else. Shoreland zoning. We've already heard some things. My goal tonight is just to get the board to make sure that we're doing things with eyes wide open, that we're making good public policy, that you're all representing your districts, but you're also taking a county-wide perspective. The impetus for good public policy should be, how does it impact our county? What's the best level that we should have things? Is it easier for property owners? Is it more difficult? Is it easier for business developers? Is it not? And obviously, does it impact shoreland protections that are there to protect, our waterways and environment? This has been going on longer than I've been in office. I was first at the July 1st hearing. It seemed to be that we were getting a lot of questions at the time, and it seems as leading right up into this meeting, there still is a lot of questions. I don't necessarily have a problem with the change. I just want to make sure that we know what we're doing. And I don't have any propaganda. I'm just asking the questions out loud. But tonight you're going to consider amending our shoreland zoning ordinance. A couple of years ago, as it has been mentioned, the DNR created a new model ordinance which required counties to update their shoreland zoning ordinances to be in compliance with the DNR model. Staff went through the model ordinance, recommended changes to our ordinance that the Planning and Zoning Committee approved in July, with one amendment from the committee beyond what staff recommended. And the amendment removed all references to general zoning from the shoreland zoning chapter of the county code. Now, shoreland areas include lands within 1,000 feet of the ordinary high water mark of navigable lakes, ponds, and flowages, and lands within 300 feet of navigable rivers or streams. And general zoning includes land use. Is it residential, commercial, industrial, or agricultural? Building form, how large or tall structures can be, where they sit on a lot, and how densely land can be covered. And then development standards, parking, landscaping, lighting, signage, coverage, lot coverage. As written, before you today, the county would stop providing the general zoning in shoreland areas effective November 21st, 2025. Now, this is where we get into a little confusion. In the county records, we currently confirmed that no towns currently have general zoning maps adopted within the shoreland areas, because I have them all, and there's no general zoning in the shoreland areas. State statute 60.62 requires a county board to approve any changes to a zoning ordinance, and our county board has not approved any local zoning ordinances creating general zoning mapping of shoreland areas in any towns. So you might hear tonight that towns are ready to go, but I don't think they are. There's no town that presently has ordinances on the books mapping shoreland areas for the purposes of applying shoreland zoning. I asked the Planning and Zoning Committee to amend this with an effective date of April 1st, 2026, so that towns could have the time to develop and adopt general zoning mapping for the affected areas, and so that the county board could approve those changes under 60.62, parent 3, parent A. If this is passed without an effective date, that gives towns time to implement new ordinances. We'll have a period where there are no zoning ordinances in shoreland areas across some of the 11 towns no longer under county zoning. The county put an effective date of November 21st on the ordinance, but I think this is unlikely to be a sufficient window for towns to adopt zoning ordinances and the county to approve them. Now, I've had conversations even tonight and I talked to the Towns Association attorney earlier, and there's some question about whether general zoning maps passed by towns that have already been approved by the county board would immediately go into effect if the county were to repeal county general zoning within the shoreland. And it seems like there's some disagreement on this. Again, the maps that we have approved by the county for towns with general zoning don't have general zoning in the shoreland. I asked our planning and zoning staff to reach out to towns to make sure they understood the impacts of the proposed changes after the July 1st committee meeting resulted in several towns reporting that they needed more information to weigh in on the change. The general feedback indicated that many were surprised to hear this change was coming before the board for action. Of the 9 towns contacted, all but 1 indicated that they most likely didn't have an adopted zoning map that covers shoreland zoning areas and would have to pay a consultant to redo their maps. Some indicated that there was a possibility that they would have to hire an attorney or consultant for any changes within their town that would have to be hired. Others indicated there would be an additional work created for them to create forms, issue permits, enforce codes, and develop procedures beyond their current staffing capacity. At least 3 towns won't have their next board meeting until the 1st or 2nd week of November. Public hearings take a minimum of 30 days due to legal notice publication requirements, and then a legal notice of hearing will need to be sent to every resident that this change would affect. Any parcels that will no longer be in county zoning will need to have town zoning changes approved by the town and then sent in to be reviewed by Winnebago County and approved by the county board, which would take longer than 30 days. So even if we find out, it doesn't sound like everybody has soup right now on the timing of these things in terms of where every town is in their understanding and what the interpretation is, and the maps that at least we have approved and on record. I'd also be remiss if I didn't express concerns about the legality of this change. Again, my job is just simply to look out for the county's legal interests, best interests going forward. There are multiple references to county requirements to regulate land usage in all shorelands in unincorporated areas in state statutes, regulatory codes, attorney general's opinions, and case law. We have asked for an attorney general's opinion on our situation, specifically to understand what our county obligation is to enforce general zoning in shoreland areas. This recommendation came out of a memo that was shared with us by Senator Cabrera from Legislative Council on wanting to get an Attorney General's opinion to clarify the issue presented to us that Winnebago County is facing. This was another reason I asked the committee to pause, so we are more certain about the legal risk we might be creating. Now, I understand the urge by some to get this done, and that conversations on this topic have been going on much longer than I've been in office. And I recognize the priority of some of our town's interest in establishing their own general zoning within a shoreland, and I don't have a problem with that. However, I have an obligation to make sure we're protecting the county's interest, and I have concerns about what happens when towns don't have general zoning in place to replace county general zoning once it's removed, and what kind of liability this could expose Winnebago County to if the Attorney General or a court were to determine we're improperly abdicated our responsibilities to residents. Both concerns would be better addressed with an implementation date of April 1st, 2026, which should provide time to address town concerns and to receive an opinion from our Attorney General on the subject. If that's too far for some of you, I would still ask that you consider accommodating a change that would recognize what the process might be for towns that don't have general zoning, or perhaps all towns that may discover that they don't have a map that includes general zoning approved by the county already. Last item, it's a long one tonight. Federal shutdown impacts. I appreciate Mr. Rasmussen from the food pantry speaking earlier. SNAP, or in Wisconsin, our food share benefits are ending in November. We're trying to be proactive in taking action by partnering with the food pantry. We're also monitoring what's happening with the Women, Infant, and Children program and other programs that could face cuts if the shutdown is prolonged. A lot of the challenge right now is getting a response on grants. You might remember the COSUP grant that funded solutions. First, we didn't hear anything, and then we heard it was going to be opened up again, and now we're not getting a response because DOJ doesn't have people there, staffing there, to be able to take in and accommodate the request for information and to move those grants forward. Agencies in general are staffed at lower levels, and it's taking longer to get answers and direction. So I think that's it, but I'm happy to take any questions. I know you guys have plenty of discussion as well tonight.
Supervisor Swan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Executive Hintz, I just wanted to ask about Fox City's campus access for the band. I appreciate the fact that the lease has been done for the instruments up there, but they asked me when as a realistic estimate of when the key card system would be installed so that they can gain access to the facility.
So,
or is it more than that?
It's a little more than that. Part of the reason we've been working with the third party who would then be working with the Fox Cities band is because we don't want to be managing, who's using it, who's renting it. And I know that they have had some contact. The conversion to full key system, we've been talking about whether we limit it to just the CAC for now, and then close off, the campus based on utilization or upgrade the entire system. I think we don't want there to be, multiple keys handed out there. But I may have to get back to you on that and can certainly follow up with the Fox Cities community band as well.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing any other ones, I thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Powers, I didn't see any light on it.
Thank you, Mr.
Supervisor
Chairman.
Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Especially the first two speakers tonight seem to think that they do have everything in place for the shoreline, and you say you have no record of that. Have you and Corporation Council met with the various communities involved with shoreline disputes and gone over what is it that you want them to have, and what is it they think they already have? This is quite confusing.
It is confusing. And again, at 5 p.m., I was still on with the attorney from the Towns Association, trying to, and we were in the heat of agreement on a lot, but he also recognized that if you did have towns that didn't have general zoning in place, that they wouldn't be able to have it in place by November 21st. But as I understand it, and I'm sure when you guys are taking it up, when I look at maps that we have on record that have been passed by the board, they don't have general zoning in the shoreland. So I don't, if the county board needs to pass general zoning, town general zoning maps in the shoreland to ensure that general zoning is in place, then we would need the board to pass that. And so it's not an issue of whether I feel that, I'm okay with towns having general zoning. My biggest concern is, can we get it all done, if it needs to be done, by November 21st?
And how long could it be postponed for?
Well, I raised the issue of the Attorney General's opinion, because it's also my job to look out for the legal liability of the county, given the case law, past opinions, and the fact that we're doing something that's unique in this situation, and every time you do something like that, it's going to be, tested. The ultimate determination, we don't want to come in an actual lawsuit. But this is why you want to be, you want to be clear about why you're doing what you're doing. You don't want it to be, I'm mad at somebody with the fruit stand for the reason why I want to push something.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Dowling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, County Executive, for being here tonight. I also want to comment Similarly to what Supervisor Powers was asking, your recommendation was to postpone the resolution until April 2026 or make the signature and publication date April of 2026?
Yeah, I mean, it was the implementation date, so
Implementation, okay.
goes into effect,
Okay.
you know, not, you know, as is.
Okay.
But I feel like we would get an answer by the, you know, from the Attorney General, and we obviously would give towns plenty of time in that time. And if you didn't want to wait that long, I would at least consider what the process would be if you had, again, based on the feedback from the towns that we got directly, who didn't feel that they were ready.
Supervisor Patterson.
I'm actually raising my hand for Supervisor Gabbard.
Supervisor Gabbard.
Thank you, County Executive Hins. I want to take exception.
I think your mic's on.
I want to take exception to your being against the ordinance for Chapter 27. I happen to represent part of one of the towns that is in favor of passing this. We're all set to go, and we voted 5-0 on committee, and we have been working on this for 2 years. So the April 1st date was brought up on Friday morning. We did not like that. We wanted to vote. We had a vote of 5-0. All the committee members voted to pass it. So you're saying that several towns are not ready to go. They would have the expense of an attorney. Our town is ready to go, as you know. We have been ready to go, and I know the town of Winchester is ready to go. So it's going to be the opinion, in my looking at it, that we have done everything possible. We have listened to everybody's opinion, and one more opinion is to come from the Attorney General call, which it's only an opinion. I have an opinion, you have an opinion. So we have done everything right according to the DNR standards to change the verbiage and get out of 27 chapter 27 zoning for the towns under the county. We do not need help from the county anymore. They've been very good to us about other things. But my thought was they don't have really the authority to rule over us, and they have been ruling over us. Smaller government takes care of their own people. We would like to have this effective immediately, and we're hoping that you vote for us tonight. And as Chairman No said about the town of Amro, they're ready to go. They're one of the towns that stayed under the county zoning. So I would ask for the board to vote yes to remove us from 27. We have followed the DNR template. We have sent it to them 2 or 3 times, and they have sent it back to us with corrections. We've made those corrections. We are not doing anything illegal, and we feel it's time to do this now, not in April. That's just my opinion.
I appreciate it, Supervisor Gabert, and again, I don't have a problem with towns having their own general zoning, but, and I realize that the town of Oshkosh, town of Winchester, town of Amro may be ready to go, but I have an obligation, and you all have an obligation, to represent every single town in this county. And I'm telling you that 9 towns last week were asked, does your town have a legally adopted town zoning map that covers shoreland areas? In the last week. Many of the same towns that showed up at a public hearing held during the 4th of July holiday who couldn't weigh in, who didn't show up, and they said they most likely didn't. And they would have to hire a consultant to redo their maps. And so all I'm saying is if we're going to actually represent the people at the county level, we should give them a little more time and answer some of these questions so that we can implement it correctly and allow towns to, you know, do their general zoning. So I'm only disagreeing on the timeline.
Supervisor Swan.
I'm kind of on the outside looking in on this issue. I haven't followed it that closely, but it seems to me one option, and I'm not an attorney, but would you be able to do a short-term agreement with the towns that don't have their maps in place to work with the county and use the county's maps until they do get their mapping systems up and running?
That is one of the issues I was discussing earlier with the gentleman from the town of Winchester and with the attorney with the Towns Association, but I don't know that I know.
I mean, it could, maybe it's a lease agreement for payment, you know, until they get their own systems up and running.
It just seems like that's an awful, it's like, should we set up a lease agreement with the county to figure out a way to get it done, or should we delay it 60 days? I don't know.
Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and this can be more addressed, I guess, when the resolution is actually put on the floor. But what I'm uncomfortable in hearing is throwing about shoreland zoning and general zoning. I think that those are getting confused even in what you're presenting right now, because they're very different animals. I've read the state statutes. I've got them right here in front of me. And I'm going to disagree a little bit about waiting for Josh Call. I cannot imagine that the DNR would have not weighed in or sought legal opinion that is going to contradict anything that the state is going to say. So that part doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, Supervisor Hanson, I think maybe some of those issues will come up more during the discussion.
Supervisor Howard Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to speak on some of the issues that were mentioned. First, in state law 59.692, parent 2, parent BG, it says a town may enact a zoning ordinance affecting the same shoreland areas as an ordinance enacted under this section, subject to the restrictions of 60.61 parent 3R and 60.62 parent 5. Now what that says is that the towns are required to use the same general zoning ordinance that they have in place in shoreland areas. They don't need to create a new ordinance for shoreland. The 9 towns that have their own general zoning ordinance, that by state law has to apply to shoreland areas. So there is no new ordinance that needs to be done. The towns all have it in place. By state law, they can't enact something different for shoreland areas. As far as the zoning map is concerned, the county has that on their website. They have to maintain separate shoreland maps. The county has to do this, not the towns. The county is required to do those maps, and they're required to maintain those even after this ordinance goes through. The towns are going to use the same general zoning for the property that what already exists in shoreland. Property owners are not going to have to change their zoning once this goes through. They simply maintain the zoning that they now have. There is no reason to delay the implementation of this law. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I felt like we were.
So, great. Is there any questions just for the county executive? Supervisor Patterson.
So I guess my question is, you've made some comments about uncertainty as to the readiness of these communities. Do we have a document that is laid out, that clearly lays out this town ready or not, this town ready or not? I know I would like to see a document created that actually lays out perception so that we have an idea as to what the county perception is of where they're at, so that we have actually something as a bargaining tool, or not a bargaining tool, but a discussion tool to actually make sure that we have clarity on who feels where they're really at, because we don't have that right now. Thank you, that's all I got.
Not
Thanks.
seeing anyone else, I thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay, County Board Chairs Report. First, I have no excuse County Board Supervisors this evening that called me anyways. Budget process for 2026. Couple things. I got called by a couple supervisors and said that someone was putting out on the website that they attended 18 meetings. Well, good for you if you attended 18 meetings, all the more power to you. Number two, and they said that I'm the only chairman that went ahead and made us a 3-day appointment. It is not true. That's in the calendar. You guys looked at it, you appointed it, so that is not true. I am not the only chairman. It can go a long way. So if you're putting that out there, you better rebuke it. So the second thing is that, so the budget process is going to be, we're going to start Friday night, right at 6 o'clock. We're going to go ahead. Monday night, I'm sorry, thank you. Well, if you wanted to come on Sunday, it would get done earlier. But anyways, on Monday night, sorry about that. So we're going to start right away at 6 o'clock, and we're going to go through. Now, all of you that went to these meetings, seen it all, went to committee meetings and everything else, you should have seen everything that's been already. If you've had any questions, you should either be talking to the administration or you should be calling the heads of departments. So what we're going to do is you got your books, we're going to go through our books, we're going to open it up, and I think the first one is the airport. We're going to look at that. They're going to be back there. If there's any questions, if there's no questions, we're just going to move right on. When we're done going through the book, we're going to go through the amendments. So if you've got amendments, go ahead and get them to Mary Ann in her office to get them written up. Like they said, there's 9 already written up. If we only have 9, that'd be good. We could be all done on Monday night. Otherwise, if we have to go into Tuesday, we will. But it would be very much so. The latest, I would hope that we have to go through budget, not 3 days. I'm hoping for 2.5, but that'll be up to you guys. So, but that's the way. If there's any questions on it, that's the plans as of right now. Okay. My appointment this evening, I'll have them come up. My appointment for the area is Mr. Robert D. Gustafson. The name might sound familiar in the last part there, but anyways, I had 2 awful good representatives that put in for it. We went back and forth on this and that, but there was a very good reason why this one was picked. And so at this time, I would like to introduce him. He can answer some questions if anyone has any, or maybe he'd like to tell a little bit about himself. Mr. Gustafson.
I'll keep it short. Yes, I'm Nate Gustafson's father. I raised 3 sons, my wife and I, Tracy. We live in Winnebago County for the past 31 plus years. Enjoy looking forward to new adventures and helping out the county of Winnebago.
Any questions? Do we have a motion to accept him? So moved. Motion made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried. If you want to step right over in front of the podium, I'll swear you in. Raise your right hand. I, Robert D. Gustafson,
I, Robert D. Gustafson,
have been appointed to the office of County Board Supervisor,
have been appointed to the County Board Supervisor,
District 28.
District 28.
Swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States
Swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Wisconsin,
and the Constitution of the State of Wisconsin,
and I will faithfully and impartially
and I will faithfully and impartially
discharge the duties of said office
and discharge duties of said office
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations. Mr. Gustafson, you want to take them back and sign that, then those 2 pages? It was a thing that we always wanted to appoint new supervisors to a spot, and so I'm going to, at this time, appoint Robert D. Gustafson to the ARPA Commission. Motion made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say nay. And I'm appointing Personnel and Finance Committee to Supervisor George Burrow. Motion made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried. Okay, that's about all I had. Honoring retired county employees, resolution number 0185102025. Supervisor Cox. You're on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion. 85102025 for the commendation of Claudia Lenup.
Motion made and seconded. Julie, you got anything?
I do.
Okay.
The commendation for Claudia Lenup. Claudia Lenup has served Winnebago County since 1996, dedicating 29 years to supporting children and families through service systems and resource connections. She's been a steady advocate through numerous programs, staff, and location changes, always bringing deep knowledge and creativity to meet each child's needs, often leveraging community resources before program funding. Her humor, resilience, and unwavering commitment have left a lasting impact on families, colleagues, and community partners. While Claudia is excited to spend retirement with loved ones, travel, and settle into her new home up north, her decision to retire was not made lightly. She will be deeply missed, and we hope she'll visit often to share life updates. Her retirement is well earned, and we wish her all the best.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried. Next is our consent agenda. Supervisor Dowling.
Yes, I would like to pull, I believe it's 0186, the approved renewal of a lease agreement between the Federal Aviation Administration and Winnebago County.
What number is that? Number 5.
Where there's 2 of them? You get the exact number?
0186 is the item I'd like to pull.
So number 5, 186 is the one you
Correct.
want. Okay, 186 she wants, number 5.
Yeah, the other 2, they're
What?
Supervisor Miller.
Okay. Supervisor Miller.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to pull item number 3, zoning amendment ordinance for Thomas and Deborah Rosenfeld in the town of Neenah.
Okay. So number 3 and number 5 are pulled. Not hearing any else, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda other than 3 and 5? Yes. Yes.
For the sake of one question, I'm going to ask that resolution 6 be pulled as well. 0187.
Number 6?
Yep.
Okay. So we got 3, 5, and 6 is being pulled. Is there a
Wait,
motion
no,
to-
I'm sorry, it was number 7.
No, what
number
one you
7.
got now?
Sorry, number 7.
Number 7. Number 7.
Yep. Okay,
So you got 3, 5, and 7 is being pulled.
correct. Thank you.
Okay.
Chairman, I move to approve the consent agenda as, Second.
Motion's made and seconded to approve the consent agenda, eliminating 3, 5, and 7. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. We had one nay someplace. Okay, we'll go back to number 3. Report number 002, zoning amendment ordinance 10-002-25, Thomas, Deborah, and Rosendell Living Estate, Town of Neenah, rezoned from A2 General Agricultural District to R1 Rural Residential District for tax parcel number 01003100102. Mr. Miller.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to just make one correction. There's a typo on the staff report, and it should read, the committee voted to approve this by a unanimous vote. So I make a motion that we approve this zoning amendment.
Motion made and seconded. Any questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Carried. Number 5, resolution number 0186010-2025, approve renewal of a lease agreement between Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, and Winnebago County. Supervisor Gabbert. Well, Supervisor Dowling, I'm sorry, Supervisor Dowling, I had their name behind there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I asked to pull this because I'm all in favor for safe airport operations, but this lease runs until 2046 with no rent and broad site rights.
Right, you have to bring that in for a motion first.
I move to put resolution 0186 on the floor, approve renewal of a lease agreement between the Federal Aviation Administration and Winnebago County for discussion purposes.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I'm all for safe airports, but this lease runs until 2046 with no rent and broad site rights. That's a 20 years of county land use for free. Our taxpayers deserve a fair value and clear end-of-term restoration language. If we can't add standard ground rent and tighten responsibilities tonight, I am not going to support this. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone discussion? Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just see that it passed unanimously with at the aviation committees and facilities, and so I would like, if it's appropriate, for Supervisor Gabbert and Supervisor Hinson, Supervisor Patterson, or anyone else on those two committees to please weigh in. Thank you.
Supervisor Gabbert, can you answer on that?
I can't if I can speak. Okay. The FAA does not pay us any lease because they built the tower out at the airport. And we have had this lease in effect for many years. We do not charge the FAA anything for their lease because we don't have an airport without the FAA. That's my only statement.
Anyone else have any questions or?
Yeah, I don't know if you saw me.
Supervisor Patterson.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the situation here is that the FAA provides us equipment on our airfield that enables us to actually be this thing called an airport, okay? A variety of radars that suit a variety of purposes, and this, so that is explained in 187. In 186, we're talking about a garage that they need to store equipment to support that equipment. We would be, there is no airport across the country that charges the FAA for this purpose. Why we think we would be the only one in the nation that needs to charge the FAA, who is providing us equipment, which, by the way, enables us to be an airport. In the absence of those radar equipments that are across the entire airfield, a variety of different ones, to include detection of direction, detection of elevation, and there's all sorts of different instrument approaches that are available because this equipment is present. We're just a field in the middle of nowhere without this equipment. So this is a widespread effort that's being done nationwide, Again, the FAA is definitely the one that's inconvenienced when you look at the dollar value of the equipment that they have placed on Whitman Field. And again, without this, we could go ahead and just shoot this down. We would cease to be an airport at this time. Thank you. Support this.
Okay, anything else? Supervisor Hintz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I don't have to go into as much as I was going to because Supervisor Patterson covered a lot of it for me. Again, this passed at aviation unanimously. It passed at facilities unanimously. And one of the big things is that the FAA, it's a garage. They have to store equipment there. They have all kinds of equipment all over the airport. The ILS systems, the ASOS systems, which report the weather conditions and the ceiling and the visibility and all of those things. I mean, that's where they store their equipment. And we have done this in the past, and we are just continuing on with what we've been doing because they provide services to us that are greater than any money that we would ever try to get out of this. So I will definitely support this, as I have twice before.
Okay. Yes, sir. Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you. I will move to approve Resolution 186 as submitted.
Second. Motion made and seconded to approve 186-1025 as is submitted. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried. Resolution 0188-10-2025, approve a ground lease agreement between M2 Group LLC and Winnebago County. Supervisor Swan.
8/7/10/2025. My question on this, thank you, if I may speak. My question on this was in regard to rent. We asked, I asked, after we approved this at the committee level in facilities, whether or not the rent survey had been completed for the airport. And I got kind of a nod that it was almost completed. So I wanted to ask either the airport director here tonight or our finance director whether or not that survey's been completed. And if it has, what was the recommended ground lease rate for the airport?
I do not believe the airport director's here, so Paul, do you have any idea?
The study has been completed at the end of September. There is an administration meeting to discuss the results, and you will be notified of that after that meeting.
So we can't know what that recommended rental rate is here tonight?
That would be put forth after the admin meeting to the appropriate committees in the months to come.
All right, then I have no other questions. Thank you.
Okay, a motion was made and seconded for the approval of resolution number 018810-2025. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried. One nay. Presentations on authorizing the borrowing of not to exceed 28 million and authorizing the insurance and sale of general obligation promissory notes. Finance Director Paul Kaiser and Justin Fisher, Managing Director Baird. Yep.
Good evening. Just as Executive Hintz said earlier, we are looking to borrow $28 million this year. When I first got here to Winnebago County for the capital improvement plan, basically what Winnebago County did was they approved one project at a time without having a capital improvement plan set forth and a 5-year plan to be presented. In 2022 was the first year we actually put together a full capital improvement plan, presented that to be approving the whole plan for the full year with a 5-year outlook. The year after that, we did the same thing. Last year was the first year we actually put it into the budget So the 5-year plan was included in the budget. This year, the 5-year plan is also included in the budget. So the thing that we did not get to this year was we have always been reacting to our borrowing. Basically, what we've been doing is we've been using the general fund to pay for all the capital projects, and then we have been replenishing the general fund with the borrowing. The foresight of what we've been trying to do is we wanted to borrow proactively to pay for all of the capital projects with money we have borrowed, so that the general fund could be invested at the interest rates to be able to get our money before interest rates start going down. I know some of the things that have been talked about is with whatever the Treasury is going to do, they may reduce some of the interest rates, but right now the long-term interest rates are still high for investing. So the goal is for us to be able to invest the unassigned general fund and borrow the capital projects for 2026 now. So as Executive Hintz said, we're looking at 28 million, but 20 million is the general fund, which is what goes against the debt levy and the tax levy. The other 8 million is 5 for highway and 3 for solid waste. So it's basically 10 million, what we have always been doing, and 10 million future, but trying to get into the momentum of borrowing future to pay it off. You've all heard about the facilities assessment study, all the buildings we need to do. We need to start being proactive in our borrowing and not try to lay this all on the taxpayers in the next year or two, but have a plan going forward. So with that said, I'm going to turn the rest over to Justin, the professional here of the borrowing.
Thank you, Paul. Good evening, everyone. It's nice to see so many familiar faces. It's that time of the year where I come to you and we talk about the financing that's going to reimburse projects and as Paul and Mr. Hintz said, fund the future years' capital improvements that you're looking at when you're going through this budget process. So what I'll do is I'll give a quick little bond market update. I'll go through the financing summary and timeline, the detailed financing illustration, and then finish off with the general obligation borrowing capacity after the financing is completed, plus modeling and some future capital improvement financing. So a quick little market update. When we came into this year, the stock market was looking good, and then we hit spring of 2025, and the tariff news kind of came to light, and that really shook the financial markets, but it also shook municipal interest rates as well as mortgage rates and other rates that you've seen. They really shot up interest rates, and ever since then, they've remained very volatile because as different deals are getting done, trade deals, as tariff impacts are still a little unknown, the interest rates continue to fluctuate up and down pretty dramatically. Fortunately, we're at a period of time where things are kind of settled down a little bit. So going into this financing, we're hopefully going to avoid a lot of volatility over the next month. But again, it could be any type of economic data report that comes out or tweet. We don't know what the next day brings. But from a municipal bond market rate perspective, because of your high bond quality rating that you have because of prudent financial planning over the years, you're able to get a really good interest rate when we go out to the market. Just like last year when we went out to the market and received under a 3.5% interest rate, you were able to invest that short-term money, if you wanted to, at above 4.25% type interest rate. So we're still in that period of time now. Is the Fed going to be cutting rates? That really has an impact potentially on the short-term rates. You're talking like the 1 year, 2 year type range. Last year when the Fed made their cuts, actually longer term rates went up. So doesn't have a direct correlation along the whole yield curve of municipal debt. So there is that imbalance still where short-term rates are high and we're able to get really good financing for 10-year financing or less. So that kind of gives a quick little market update of what's been going on over the past year. So if we go to if you look at the presentation that I handed out, If you go to page 2, this is a borrowing for a not-to-exceed amount of $28 million. So again, not to exceed. It's not going to go above that number. It's going to be a general obligation promissory note. So this is your unlimited tax levy. You're not allowed to borrow as much general obligation as you want. There is a limit because ultimately it is your lowest cost financing that municipality, that a county can use to fund municipal capital projects in the bond market. This is going to reimburse the 2025 projects that have been spent, as Paul mentioned, plus fund the 2026 capital improvement projects that you've seen. The total borrowing amount that's related to the general fund is going to be $20 million. $5 million will be related to the highway, and $3 million will be related to the solid waste. And I think Paul has shared that there are additional capital projects. There's like $36 million in the capital list. We're just trying to bring that down closer to 28 to balance the use of other revenue sources to help fund some of those other capital projects as needed. The term is going to be a 10-year repayment, and the optional redemption will be 2033 and thereafter callable in 2032. So on 2032, you can look at refinancing or paying off the debt if you so choose, and it makes economic sense to do so. So the P&F committee considered the plan of finance on October 2nd of 2025, where it was approved and recommended for approval to the county board. The county board would consider the P&F committee recommendation, adopt the initial borrowing resolution tonight. Baird and county staff are preparing the necessary information for the issuance. So the official statement, we've talked about this in the past, but think of that as like the stock prospectus for this financing. Gathers a lot of information, working with Paul and Carol and team, Jamie, ultimately putting together a document that's going to go out to potential buyers of these municipal bonds. The credit rating, we got that scheduled for next week, where myself, Paul, Jamie, Carol, and others will join this call and answer a lot of questions from Moody's. They go through your audits, they look at what economic development's going on, what the long-term debt plan looks like, etc. And ultimately, we answer a lot of the questions and share with them why Winnebago County is the greatest county in the world. They ultimately then go to their credit committee and make a recommendation on the bond credit rating. The bond credit rating for the county is a AA1, which is the second highest bond credit rating you can receive. So it's an extremely good bond credit rating that you can get. So you've done a very good job managing your finances, your debt, etc. The county board would adopt the award resolution from the sale on November 18th of 2025. So at that time, I'll be back presenting the final sale result, where then you can approve the sale if you so choose. The settlement would occur on December 9th of 2025. So we're kind of cutting it close to that end of the year as far as the process, because it is a multiple step process, and we do need to close by the end of the year in order to have the financing on the books for levy limit purposes related to the DOR. So if we go to page 3, there's a lot of numbers, and I walk you through this, year over year about how this long-term plan works. But the left side of the page of this plan ultimately shows what the net existing debt service is for the county on an annual basis. So that's principal and interest added together on an annual basis. And as you can see, it drops in 2026 pretty significantly, and that's ultimately paid off. All your outstanding debt is paid off by 2034. And again, this is totally on purpose. This is us talking year over year about this is the long-term plan to make sure that we have that drop in debt service. So that's the planning that goes into it to be able to fund these capital projects that you're contemplating right now, and not have a significant spike to your tax levy or mill rate. So it's a lot of future planning that goes into with Paul, myself, and team, Jamie, looking at these things and making sure that we aren't putting the constituents in a tough position, not only this year, but multiple years down the line. So a lot of pre-planning. The middle of this page, that's what we're talking about today. So that's the $28 million, and you can see how it's broken out to the right side of it. The $20 million related to the general fund, the $5 million to the highway, and $3 million to the solid waste. That's what we're considering tonight. The future planning goes then to the right side of the page. So when we look at this, we say, okay, here's what that impact is if we were to continue to fund capital projects for the county in the amount of, say, $15 million related to general fund, $3 million related to highway, $2 million to solid waste. Now, again, that's going to be up to your decision come next budget season and so forth, what makes sense based on the capital improvement projects you're seeing. But to do that long-term planning, we wanted to model that into this plan. So kind of when you look at that purple section, this models in those future general fund potential financings into the overall plan. It models in the future highway and solid waste. The goal with the levy supported, not the highway or solid waste, is to try to manage that levy year over year. So as you grow, your tax rate, if you keep it consistent, allows the levy to increase a little bit and keep that mill rate almost flat year over year. Now, we're using 2.5% growth for the county. You've been growing much faster than 2.5%, but to be conservative, we're trying to plan on a lower number, likely, and plan for the worst, and if it comes in better, great. Then it might just lower your mill rate a little bit, or we have those future potential needs that the county may consider in the future that we need to take into account into that future planning in the future as well. But the goal is to try to keep that mill rate pretty steady year over year for the foreseeable future with planning for that future capital needs. So you can see at the bottom there how it kind of stays flat. The black bars is what's outstanding, and then it's filling in with the purple, which is the financing we're talking about tonight, plus potentially that future financing going down the road. The last page of the presentation is a visual for you. So counties can borrow up to 5% of your equalized valuation. The county's valuation is over $22 billion, so a pretty significant valuation for the county. When you're looking at this bar chart, the black bars, which is a pretty slim amount there, that's your outstanding that you have on your books. So that you can see how that decreases a little bit over time because you're paying down your debts. You're paying that down. The blue is what we're talking about tonight. That's stacked on top because that would be added in onto the borrowing capacity. The purple there models in that future borrowing, which again is totally up to you in future budgets if you want to approve that or not. But we wanted to model it in to see what it looked like as far as the borrowing capacity and what the impact may look like there. So at any time, when you look at the end of 2025, you've still got about 95.6% remaining capacity after this financing, the $28 million is stacked on top. So it gives me comfort. I think it gives Paul comfort that the county continues to be very prudent in paying down the debt, not doing 20-year type financing every time, and we're trying to pay it down as fast as we can within reason, so your taxpayers can save on interest costs, but also manage that levy year over year and be able to continue to fund investments within your county, because as you know, there always are a lot of different capital projects that are needed. So this kind of is the next step in the process. Like I said, I'll be back in about a month with the final sale result, and then we'll lock in and close by the beginning of December.
Okay, we have quite a few questions for, I don't know who, but probably both of you. Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Fisher, Director Kaiser. I appreciate this very much. Here's where I need your help, and I hope I'm going to adequately ask the question that some people reached out to me that just live down the street. Here's the concern. I understand you went into the explanation of why we're doing 28 million and the 2 years, because we're taking advantage of the market. Here's the concern that was brought to me. Instead of doing 1 year like we usually do, we're doing 2. Now, I get it. We're going to take advantage of the situation. The concern was, okay, you're going to do 28 million saying that you're 25 or for 2 years, but what's to prevent you in May bringing another 15, 20 million forward because we do have this borrowing rate? There's the concern. So I hope I'm asking the question the way that it was represented to me. Can you please help me assuage the concern in my district about 2 years coming back next year and doing this all over again because we're representing in section 2 that we're not going to exceed the 28?
We're not going to exceed the 28 million. That is based on, that's what's going to pass tonight if it passes. So the 28 is the 28. The thing is, we're trying to get proactive is the big point of borrowing future, not borrowing after we used up our general fund. That's the biggest point I want to make. The other point is we also know how many other projects are coming up with facilities assessment study and so forth. So this will allow us to be more proactive for that. If we have to borrow, it's going to be for that type of situation, not for the capital projects, but it's going to be for a master plan. But that's a whole plan that has to be put together and presented to you all later on. But this sets us up the next step to get to that point of being able to start looking at all the other needs that we are identifying. I don't know if that answered.
You know, I think so, because you can explain it a lot better than I tried to do, because I can't talk about mill rates to save my life. So, thank you.
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is maybe a two-part question. So am I understanding this? So we borrowed 28 million. At the end of 10 years, we will have paid back 30, just shy of 33.9. Is that correct?
That's with the interest rate,
Yeah,
yes, of
yeah.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then should we pay this back faster than 10 years? Is there a penalty for paying it back faster?
Well, it's callable after 2032. So in 2032, we can pay the full thing back and reduce some of that interest amount. But because of it's not callable until that point,
Okay.
paying it back it's really a nightmare earlier.
Okay.
So that's why we do have a callable at some point in time, so we can pay it back earlier.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Bureau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This goes to, thank you both for the presentation to start with. This question is just for clarification. Characterizing what's laid out here from a capital perspective, and you used the words very recently for the massive project. How much of the massive project? We had some scenarios presented several meetings ago that had some big numbers with them. How much of those big numbers are represented in here? Or is this more maintenance capital of how we've usually done it?
This is the ongoing capital improvement plan for normal capital projects, equipment, building maintenance, the normal routine
So more
stuff.
maintenance capital.
Not the master plan that we've talked about for the last year.
Okay, and maybe one more comment/question, coming back to Supervisor Hansen's comment. Once we get more definition on what the massive project is, we will likely have to come back to the market again for additional monies.
Most likely, once that's laid out,
Right, okay.
we will be doing a lot more work of how to lay it. You're
Right.
probably going to be looking at, for a master plan, that's a whole different topic.
Yep.
But you're probably looking at 20-year borrowing versus 10.
Right, okay, thank you.
Supervisor O'Brien.
Okay, yeah, I'm trying to clarify this myself too. So what I understand, and you made the case very well, it's like we're going to pay it back real fast, and we're going to, it's not going to be much of a tax levy on the people of Winnebago County, but I'm coming from the private sector where it's like, where I understand, like when a business borrows money, the business borrows money, like say at 7%, and then they believe that they're going to earn the money, make product and sell it and earn 9%, so we can like net like 2%, for example. But at the county, we don't have any products we're selling, so it's like it sounds, when I read between the lines, what I'm hearing is we're anticipating rates to change, and based off of our good A1 loan status rating right now, that it's like we can get better rates now than what we think will be, and so we need to kind of leverage forecasted rates. Is that what I'm hearing, or?
Okay, I'm gonna answer this in maybe 1 or 2 or 3 parts if I keep all my thoughts going in sync here. The first point is we're trying to be proactive, as I keep saying, of borrowing to pay for the projects for the future. That's step one. Step two is, right now, if we borrow for the future projects, we can invest that general fund into investments that'll earn us more interest than we're borrowing at. Step three is, I come from the private sector also, of improving and having capital projects, return on investments, all them things that we talk about in the private sector. In this sector for government, we need to talk about making sure we have equipment to repair roads, we have buildings that don't fall apart, and maintenance that's taken care of. So I've seen a whole bunch of things coming out in government now about repairing and maintenance and before things fall apart and your infrastructure goes down. That's the third point that I want to make, is that's what we're also trying to do and be cognizant of.
Yeah, thank you.
Supervisor Bender.
I guess I can't guarantee interest rates are going to go down, but I know the reserve is going to meet 2 more times this year, and they're projected to drop 25 basis points each time. So I'm not really opposed to borrowing what we need to spend this year. We talk about investing $10 million. We got people that don't even know how they're going to buy food coming next year with some of the SNAP programs and, the way the economy is going. And we're talking about investing $10 million, but we got to take it from those people that don't have no money. We're talking about an investment. They're worrying about making their house payment. I think we shouldn't be taxing for the extra $10 million. We should do like we always did. We borrow $10 million this year, we borrow $10 million next year, just like we've always done. And we can always borrow again in March. If interest rates go down to 3%, maybe we want to borrow that $10 million. But why would we want to take the chance of borrowing $28 million at whatever rate, say 3 3/4, when we know the Federal Reserve is going to cut 0.5%? The short-term interest rate is going to go down right away. They're going to cover the farmers that need short-term loans. So that's going to change right off the bat. The long-term 10 years, they may not change, but I doubt they're going to go up. But I really can't see us investing $10 million and taking it away. We could lower property taxes instead of basically keeping them about the same. And the people that are struggling right now, that's what they need. They need to get as much money in their pocket to pay their bills, and they're not worried about us making investments.
Supervisor Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Justin, for your presentation. Can you talk about, to get to a single A bond rating, where you said we're at a double A bond rating, what would get us to that single A bond rating?
It would
Oh, triple A,
to get
triple
to
A.
triple A, yeah.
Okay, triple A. So how would we get there? I guess my understanding that if we borrowed more money, no, that's not it. We have a larger population, so there's no way that we can get to this?
No, so Moody's releases a rating report every year, and it kind of lays out what would lead to an upgrade. So they lay it out pretty clear. And, when I looked at the rating report last year, it said continued strengthening of resident income level and full value per capita to levels on par with AAA rated counties nationally. So there's nothing you could do as far as changing, you're doing everything financially.
We're doing the best that we can possibly be.
The area
Okay.
of levels, and that's what they do. They also cited elimination of enterprise risk, which was Parkview Health, as a potential liability. Again, that's totally subjective, right?
Oh, thank you. This seems like a proactive approach, something that has been talked about. The roads are going to need to get paved. We're not going to stop, needing to do those services, I guess. This is talked about, but, say we come up with all of a sudden $20 million a year in revenue that we haven't been doing in the past, or a data center moves into Winnebago County and we have $100 million more dollars of revenue. There's no way to pay that off before I'm seeing 2033, and Baird would make, looks like, $5 million in profit on their investment.
No. So, one, if you got any type of revenue, there's outstanding debt that has call features in there. Now, that debt is at 1-2 type % interest rates because a lot of it was done 2020, 2021, that type of period where rates were really low. So you have then the decision, if you've got all this cash, one, do we pay off existing obligations at 0 to 2% type interest rates, or do we reduce future borrowing and when it might be a little bit higher? That's decisions that you, if you have that, are in that situation, absolutely can make, and probably suggest that you reduce future borrowing if you have all that revenue. Now, to address the question of investing the money, I would say that this plan is very common to what counties do across Wisconsin, which is borrow in the fall for the future capital projects that are in your budget. It's not necessarily to make money or investments or anything like that. While the time right now, you are in that situation where we likely will borrow at a rate that's lower than what you can invest in, that's not the purpose of this plan necessarily. It's to borrow to get ahead and then fund.
Thank you.
Supervisor Laux.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your presentation. I'm more familiar with city governments, and city governments will borrow like for the next year. They'll borrow, like they've got a project that's going to cost $3 million. They borrow $3 million and they invest $3 million in something very safe like bonds, so that they make the interest, right? So that it evens out and they don't have to raise their levy at all. They just cancel each other out. I'm wondering why we're not doing short-term borrowing that is not our entire, everything but ARPA, everything but spirit funds. Instead, why aren't we doing the short-term borrowing and investing, and instead we're doing a large 10-year investing instead?
I wouldn't say we're doing. You're investing short.
I mean, we're investing both long-term as much as the investment policy allows me to invest as 3, 5, and 7 years, depending on the investment. So we do have investments out to 2032. So we have borrowing out to 2032. The investments that I have out to 2032 currently are paying 4.2%. So we're currently going to borrow at 3.25 to 3.5. So that's why I'm saying, otherwise, if we don't borrow, I'm going to have to cash in some of the investments and not get to 4.5% or 4.2%. So we are financially managing our investments and borrowing.
Yeah,
right.
no, I'm saying, why are we doing it on a 10-year timeline instead of,
Well,
because,
it's 10 years with a callable of, what's a callable? How many years is that? 7?
7.
So we're callable in 7. So we're really borrowing for 7 years, which is coinciding with the longest I can invest. So we're doing the 10 for just in case. Give us leeway of that.
But it's also based on useful life of the projects being financed. He's looking at the projects and saying, well, this type of project is going to have a useful life of 8 years, 10 years, and average out to around 10 years between the different capital projects. You cannot, once the funding is closed, he can invest it, but you need to spend it down within certain timeframes. You can't just keep the money forever. It's for IRS purposes, you need to spend the money. So ideally, he's spending that the note proceeds within a year of receiving the funds. So he's not going to be able to invest it for this money for 10 years necessarily. It's going to be in a fund. He's going to pull from the fund to show the IRS he spent the money within a lot of time.
Okay,
It's-
I
it's-
guess,
It's 2 to 3 years max for arbitrage to spend the money down. When I first got here, we were at 2.5 years. We're at 6 months right now to make sure we're getting the capital projects using the debt proceeds. So we're working with what we have and we're funding paver projects, we're funding chip sealers, we're funding buildings.
Okay.
We're doing things that are 10 to 20 to 50 years long. When we get to a building that's 50 to 100, then we're going to look at 20 years of borrowing.
okay.
Supervisor Holt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both for the presentation. This is the second time I've heard it, and I'm learning something new every time. Actually, it just makes me ask more questions, really. So this question, I don't think we asked in the Personnel and Finance Committee meeting. So I'm going to ask it here for the benefit of everybody. So we're talking about borrowing in the past and borrowing for the future, but we're really talking about borrowing for the previous year's budget, right? And borrowing for this new budget that we're about to hopefully approve in the first 3 days of next week. So my personal opinion, and yes, we all have one, is that we should always be establishing our borrowing for what we're approving in our budget, not for something we've already approved. And I think you all have been getting, not that you disagreed with that, but you have been getting a pretty clear and consistent message from the Personnel and Finance Committee that we have to start being proactive and timing our borrowing to match the budget, instead of looking back and saying, well, okay, now how do we refund this? How do we fund this back into the general fund? So I personally feel that this is the right approach, and I know that for this year, it feels like a lot of money given where people are at in their own lives. But this is the right way to be funding your budget. If you approve a budget, you darn well better know how you're going to pay for that budget. Thank you. And thanks for all your hard work on this.
Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, a general procedural issue. Do I interpret this resolution to indicate that if we approve it, we're approving the 2026 CIP projects?
No, that is not correct.
Will that be done separately at a different time?
That will be coming with the budget next week. This is allowing us to get started to get the bonding to be done by December 9th. So if you do not approve the capital projects is up to $36 million right now. We're looking at borrowing 28, which is about 75 to 80% of the capital projects for 2025 and 2026.
We've always identified and done the capital projects separate from the budget. We would do a CIP approval, and then we would bring forward the bonding to support that approval. So the process that's being suggested is obviously being amended. To me, that's quite concerning. In addition to that, we have approximately somewhere between $8 and $10 million sitting in the ARPA fund that was designated for county capital projects. Why aren't we applying that 10 million instead of bonding at this amount? Let's use the 10 million where it should be used. You have a response to that?
That is under the ARPA, and I am just trying to proactively borrow for capital projects.
Okay.
The ARPA is a topic that I'm not going to speak to.
I'm
I'll
just
leave
making
that
the
to
board
the
aware there is an
chairman.
option. We got 10 million sitting there for capital projects. Maybe that should be applied, and we would not need to propose this amount of bonding at this point in time. Just my comments. Thank you.
Vice Chairman Hintz, or no, I'm sorry, just Supervisor Hintz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to piggyback off of what Supervisor, or Vice Chairman Farry just said. You said our borrowing with this 28 is approximately 75% of the 25 to 26 projects, correct? So if we were to have come in later on, and I know you're not going to discuss ARPA, if we were to come in later on, we could make up that difference with ARPA funds if the board so chose. We have those funds in the ARPA. I'm just putting that out there so everybody's understanding where we're at with that. Correct me if I'm wrong on any of these. I just want to make sure I'm understanding everything correctly here. This is a one-time situation to move from borrowing afterwards to borrowing beforehand. And the reason you want to do that is so that way it's being proactive in keeping the general fund stable. So any investments we do have in the general fund, that makes, you don't have to sell things off. That can stabilize, and we can actually continue with the good interest rates that we're getting there. And by doing it now, we're taking advantage of our strong fiscal situation. And next year, it would be, when this comes to us, it would be $10 million for 2027. Am I understanding everything correctly?
Everything is pretty accurate. The point I just want to make is what Supervisor Holt made of when you approve a budget to know where the funding's coming from, and that's where you have your borrowing. So what will be borrowed for 2027 will be in the projection, I think, is 15 million, not 10. So the projection,
Okay.
we went a little heavier because of the master plan. We don't know, we wanted to have a little different outlook, but
Okay.
yes.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I was understanding everything correctly and get that all in one, because I only have 2 minutes to try to put all that together. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Rankin. What? Okay. Pardon? I got Supervisor Hanson ahead of you, then I'll call on you. Supervisor Hanson? Second time.
Yeah, I'm just listening to what, like Supervisor Bender, Fari, Supervisor Buck, Supervisor O'Brien. I'm trying to balance everything that's being said. This has a higher threshold at 3/4. Director Kaiser, please tell me. And this might not even be an easy answer. This does not pass tonight, and then what? Or can it be amended? The dollar amount, if so, any recommendations? That's it.
If it doesn't pass tonight, then I don't think we have any borrowing that's going to happen in 2025. Am I wrong? It'd be very, very difficult to have any borrowing for 2025.
Supervisor
Last year.
Nussbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's say Supervisor Bender's right, interest rates go down. What would be the benefit of borrowing in March or April instead of right now, part of it? Is there any, would that be bad or good?
I, like Justin said, I can't predict it. If I could, I'd be retired. So all I can say is, as of right now, we believe we can borrow at a long-term rate that's going to be lower than we can invest at a long-term rate as of right now. Supposition into what the rates could do or not, like I said, I don't have a crystal ball on that, and could we save 0.25%, a couple $100,000? We maybe could.
I think that's it, right? It's what happens in 3 months, 6 months. I don't know. I would have never guessed that April would have happened this year, where the tariff stuff really shook the market for a good month and a half, where basically we were advising clients not to jump into the market for a long period of time because We were hoping that rates would settle down eventually, which they did, but it's unpredictable. And just because, again, short-term rates may come down, that doesn't necessarily mean it's, again, this is not being done for investment purposes. It's being done to just be proactive, as Paul said.
Okay, not seeing anyone else. Resolution 0189, 2025.
Apparently we still have one.
What? Who's me?
Yep.
Your name's not up there.
I
so-
can't do it. I'm frozen up.
Supervisor Holt, second time.
Thanks. Thank you. So what types of projects are we talking about? Do you have a specific list or do you have categories?
There should be a list that was in the packet.
Yep. And that was used for, what did you call it? Reference.
That was for a reference only because it's for a type of project is what, when you go out for the borrowing, it's a highway, it's a building, it's a category. It's not buying a paver. So these are the capital projects that are being put into the
Right.
budget to be approved. But if something happens where we use spirit funds to buy something, then we don't need to use the borrowing for it. So I mean, there's give and take and going forward.
Thank you.
Anybody else? No, not seeing anyone else. Who? Supervisor Bender. Second time.
Yep. You know, when you talk, you can do this investing, that the 26 money, we're gonna have to spend it in 26, so you can only invest it for a year. You're gonna be paying it back for 10 years. And maybe interest rates won't go down, but I doubt they're gonna go up, because they're gonna cut the 2 times at a 25 basis points each time. You know, I'm all for borrowing the 18 million. I'm not for borrowing the 10 million for 26. We've never done it in the 10 years I've been here. If we need that extra money, the money's in that spirit fund. That's what it's designed for. It's supposed to go for capital projects. Why take the money from the taxpayers when you all know that they're basically struggling to make ends meet right now? So I'm not going to support it if it's $28 million. I know the county borrows in November and March. We can borrow again in March and maybe come back at a reasonable amount.
Anybody else? Vice Chairman Fari.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Yes, it will be. It will be electoral vote, yes. Resolution 0189, 2025. Supervisor Cox.
I'd like to make a motion.
Can you use your mic? Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve 0189 2025 for authorizing borrowing not to exceed $28,000 and authorizing the issuance of the sale of general obligation promissory notes therefore.
28 million it is.
28
And
million.
it's seconded. Okay, we'll use our machines. It has to be a 3/4 vote. Motion made and seconded. There's plenty, a lot of people talk, so. Go ahead, thank you.
Pizza, come here. Yes. I've tried to do just about everything to get out on. I couldn't even get onto the floor to, yeah.
Okay, I would
Yeah.
Go here, refresh, right here.
Nothing.
Okay.
When I go out and I try to
Yep.
come back in,
Oh,
I
that
have
doesn't do
to
it
sign
either?
out and sign in. Been fooling around with this damn thing for the whole discussion.
Supervisor Halber? Supervisor Halber, did you vote? Did you vote? Okay, I'm just
give me-
asking.
If you can give me thumbs up or thumbs down. Okay. Supervisor Panzer?
Supervisor Panzer, thumbs up or thumbs down? You up or down? Up.
He was up. Supervisor Mako? Okay. Supervisor Mako? Supervisor Powers? Thumbs up or thumbs up? Supervisor Cox? Okay, easy, thumbs up or thumbs down?
It's a vote on the, okay.
And Supervisor Miller?
Kristen?
Down. It failed.
And that fails 26-7-3.
Turn mine off.
Okay, at this time, we'll take our break that's supposed to be every 2 hours. We'll take our 10-minute break, so. What? No, wait a minute. I'm just waiting for my clerk here. Right. That fail? Right, they said 27 would have to be to pass, so. 7 and 3, and 3. Huh? Can you put that back up there, that vote? Their question. It's 26 failed, 7 and 3.
26 ayes, 7 nays, 3 abstentions.
Point of information, do we have any way to double check the accuracy of these votes? If
Well-
there's this many questions surrounding it and it's this critical, I would really like to know that what's being displayed is what was actually cast.
Well, the names are up there, and so. You want to call roll call? Can you roll call? Roll call them? We'll go ahead and we'll roll call them, so everybody can say aye, yes, or no right in front of everyone. So our clerk will go ahead and she'll read everyone's name.
Okay, you got me for abstention, I didn't abstain. No, you're yes.
Do you want me to confirm the votes that they
Yes.
did?
Yes, we want the votes confirmed, they're asking for that.
Okay, I'm gonna go through the votes that I have.
Motion. Yeah, we can't do it immediately. Can it, Mary Ann? Can't be done immediately to reconsider. Okay, Mary Ann says it can be done immediately. So, all right, we'll vote again. Julia, clear it. We'll be voting on the same thing.
I think you have, you need to vote on the reconsideration.
We need to vote on the reconsideration. So, do I have a second? Second. Motion made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. Okay, it's passed. We're going to reconsider it. 2 noes.
Okay. So now we're gonna, you wanna vote again?
Yes, we're voting again.
Point of order for Corporation Council. In this case, do we have to bring it back onto the floor? If we have voted, now we're voting to reconsider, it has to be brought back forward, correct?
Yes, you had a motion to reconsider. It's been approved because you needed a majority. So now you're bringing it back to the floor.
Do we have to bring it back officially, or do we start discussion?
I move to bring it back. Howard.
Second.
Fine, bring it back officially.
Motion's made and seconded to bring back onto the floor. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. Carried. 2 nays.
I have a point of order myself. Supervisor Hanson made the original motion, correct?
Yep.
Doesn't he have to be on the winning side to make the motion?
That's correct.
Yes.
Very good point, sir. And he voted no.
I'd like to make a motion to immediately reconsider.
A motion is made by Ranky, seconded by Holt to reconsider. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? 2 noes, 1 no. Just heard 1 that time. So now we just go ahead and vote again?
No, I don't know if they need, if you,
So now we'll just go ahead and vote on it again. Supervisor Facetto.
Tom?
Just hold on. Right, Supervisor Facetto. Yes, right now, yep.
They were on the losing side. Supervisor Hanson, who voted no, was on the winning side. When he offered up his reconsideration.
But we let that go. A new one was made.
That's my point. You're on the losing side. You can't bring up the reconsideration.
So he was, my apologies. I was under the impression that it was the losing side that had I can withdraw my motion if that's.
In that case, Mr. Hanson's motion is up. Correct.
Right. So Mr. Hanson was correct then. And who seconded Mr. Hanson's motion? Right there, Supervisor Luck. Are we all set, Mary Ann? Yes. Okay, discussion now. We can have discussion again. Any discussion? Any discussion? Supervisor Nussbaum.
I'd like to ask these guys what happens. Where'd they go? I'd like to ask them guys what happens if this fails.
Coming back up. He said there'd be no money for, he said there'd be no money. He said there'd be no money. They asked him that before.
I don't really exactly know what happens if it fails. If it fails, I guess somebody can throw an amendment on the floor to borrow some other dollar amount, and we can ad hoc it. But that number is going to have to be considerably high because we've already kind of started the bonding process. So we can't just cut it in half. So, or we have general fund we'll have to use for all the projects, and we won't have any money to use. I mean,
Supervisor Hancock Cook. Okay. Supervisor Nussbaum.
So, can we bring it back if it fails? I thought if a resolution failed, we had to wait a certain amount of time.
No, you can bring back the reconsideration. The person who is on the winning side can move for reconsideration, and it
That's-
can be done.
That's not my question. My question is if it fails again.
Oh, if it fails again, then you would not, you're out of luck, quite frankly. You can't go forward. So,
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to remind supervisors that if you either don't understand what you're voting on, or you would personally profit from the way the vote goes, you need to vote, you need to abstain, but otherwise, vote yes or no. You know, if you don't like it, take the courage of your conviction and vote.
Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you. I was simply going to comment in regard to Supervisor Nussbaum's question. If this fails, we obviously have to cover the debt for 2025 because we've already approved that capital projects and the money has been appropriated. The bonding simply reimburses that money that has been spent. So we would have to come back with another resolution at least to cover the bonding for 25. That's my personal opinion.
Supervisor Bender.
I would just like to say, it sure would have been nice if they'd have came to the county board and told them what they wanted and got our view on it. Now they tell us that if we turn it down, it's too late. Well, they made a decision to do this without even any consulting of the county board. Now if we turn it down, it's like, why are we here if we just rubber stamp everything they do? You know, I thought we worked together, we're a team. This is the first, they come along with a $28 million proposal. They come along with, well, we're going to bond for 26. Nobody asked us if we were on board with it. But yet if we don't go along with what they want, well, then we can't basically do it. It's going to fall through. I think that's wrong. They should have came to us a month or two ago. And so what do you think about doing something like this, borrowing for the 26? And we could have all expressed our opinion and said, well, no, we don't really want to do that. I really don't like approving money for capital improvement projects that we haven't approved the project for yet. So we're approving money and we didn't even approve the projects. I will change my vote to yes so that we can get this. But if it comes back in the future, I'm not voting for something like this again and then basically blaming it like it's our fault. I never agreed, or would I ever agree, to borrow the $28 million. And I wouldn't agree to borrow it at this interest rate when I know the federal government's going to cut at least a half a basis point, and I bet we could get it cheaper in March. But that's beside the point. You know, we've got this in front of us today. I'll change my vote and vote yes, but I'll never do it again in the future.
Super Hancock Cook.
Again, I'm just trying to make sure I understand. So what we're doing is we want to make sure that we are being proactive and saying that we have this pile of money to spend on the capital projects we think we're going to have, so that we can say, yep, you can do that one, or instead of saying, well, we're just going to do a lot of capital projects and then we'll pull the money from somewhere else that's another fund that we have. And my concern about this is if our Personnel and Finance Committee have already reviewed this extensively, and they have decided that this is a good plan, and our Finance Department Director tells us this is a good plan, and the guy in the suit tells us it's a good plan, I'm thinking it's probably a pretty good plan. Thank you.
Anyone else? Supervisor Hintz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to state something that is actually quite obvious to me, and I don't know if it is to everybody else. Whenever we have a project that comes through, we borrow before the project begins. You don't borrow after the project is finished or completed. So you don't, if you have capital improvement projects for 2025, you don't wait until the end of 2025 to borrow for the capital improvement projects. This is trying to rectify the situation so we're ahead of the curve. So that way, like when you buy a house, you don't go and buy a house and move in and then you go get the loan. You don't go and take a car off the lot and then get a loan. You have to get the loan up front and then pay for what you're getting. And that's what we're trying to get ourselves into right now, so that way it's a more stable situation financially, so we know where we're at fiscally every year as we're going through the year, and we know where the interest rates are for that year because we already took care of it in advance. It's a very simple concept, and we all live by it every day. Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm struggling with a major loan myself right now, and it's 7% for a commercial loan. We're able to borrow at 3 3/4, and we've got investments out there that are earning us 4 1/4, and we have our financial person telling us this is the right way to go, and we have the guy in the suit that's telling us this is a pretty, sorry, I forgot your name. To have this fail by 1 vote and go back to the drawing board. Paul Kaiser came to our solid waste meeting. He explained why he wanted the 28, why we should use the 28. There were several questions at the meeting. He answered all of them. I certainly hope that this reconsideration will allow this to move forward. Thank you.
Anyone else? Supervisor Nussbaum, second time.
Mary Ann wants to say something.
So looking at your rules, as we've talked about, under 12.7, it says when a motion or question has once been determined, any member with the prevailing side, if he or she was present and voted, may move for reconsideration of the vote, but such motion shall be made and acted upon at the same or next succeeding adjourned business meeting, and shall not thereafter be made except by unanimous vote. That means all 36 of you have to agree to this. Now, so that is, I think that speaks volumes. The other thing I want to point out is there is nothing, as you all know, which would prevent someone from making a motion to amend. Sorry, I wasn't in, did you hear what I just said? There is nothing preventing any of you from making a motion to amend. But I would just tell you to weigh, obviously, your vote carefully and abide by your rules.
Anyone else? Supervisor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I want to be sensitive to Vice Chair Fari's and Supervisor Binder's comments. But, you know, we are also all tasked with doing priority-based budgeting. And I know that in the committee, we talked about the different things. So in the Waste Management Committee, we talked about the upcoming things that we would need to do. We know that at some point they're going to have to be done. These weren't wishes, these were needs. And so we are, you know, we should be addressing the hypotheticals. We should be trying to budget for those. And then something else that I noticed as well, piggybacking on the comments from Supervisor Hancock-Cook, our Finance Committee did approve it, but we were also discussing this. I know that in our Waste Management, we did also approve the smaller slice of this as well. And that was not captured on the proposal, but we did approve this from the solid waste management perspective of the $3 million piece out of that. I think that should have been included in the decision-making process as well. But anyway, I will certainly support this, perhaps possibly begrudgingly, but there are some other breadcrumbs that we were given that should have led us to the path here. Thank you. That's all I got.
Supervisor Powers, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I understood Counselor Miller correctly, I could make a motion to borrow $27,999,999, and that would be an amendment, and we could bring it up again?
Second.
Yes, you could do that.
Okay, that was my motion, and my friend, my colleague, Andy Buck seconded it.
I gotta hear it from him.
Second.
Point of order. Isn't that if this reconsideration fails, then we have to?
Right.
No.
You already got one on the floor.
A motion for reconsideration is a non-ranking motion. And so the motion to amend can be addressed.
But we don't need to make the motion for them to reconsider at the $28 million figure. That's if this fails, that would be if the reconsideration fails, right?
So under your rules, if you move to reconsider the original motion and it fails, it can only be brought up and passed if it's unanimously approved the third time around.
Right, but the point is, the motion to reconsider right now at $28 million is a legitimate motion. We don't need the amendment right now. We can still pass this.
Yes, that's correct.
At a three-quarter vote.
That's correct.
So we don't need it. We don't need it.
You don't need my 27 million?
No, we don't.
But what I was trying to show you is there are options. There are options you have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish to make my point clear, and I did abstain. I was one of those that did that. I'm going to have a difficult time explaining to my constituents that I voted yes to borrow $28 million when they know and I know that we've got $10 million of ARPA funds that could be applied, and we're choosing not to do that. I would have a hard time explaining that. So that is my position and why I voted the way I did.
Supervisor Hanson had his hand up.
Supervisor Dowling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't often agree with Supervisor Binder, but tonight I do. I'd like to echo his words, and I agree. This is borrowing for future 2026 projects that haven't been approved yet, and not knowing what the interest rate would be seems ridiculous to me. I would never take out a credit card without knowing what the interest rate would be, and I don't feel like we should do that with taxpayer money, so I'm still not voting for this. Thank you.
Supervisor Laux.
I don't have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The reason, cities do this all the time because they have they can play with their levy like not at all. So what they do is they borrow the money and they invest the same amount so that the interest of one pays the interest of the other, so that they don't have to raise the levy to pay off a debt. The debt is the investment is paying off the debt. So it's like the two cancel each other out. And this is not, we don't work the same way a household does. What we're doing is, regular people can't do this. We are borrowing and investing at the same time, so that one is paying off the other and we're actually making a little bit on top of it. I don't know how else to explain this more clearly. If somebody else does, please step in. Thank you.
Supervisor Hancock Cook, second time.
Thank you very much, Chairman Egan. Director, I always forget his last name, Director Kaiser, can you explain something to me? Director Kaiser?
Director Kaiser.
Can you explain something to me? I'm sorry, it has been a long day. Can you clarify the statement that shed some light on the analogy to a credit card and me borrowing on a credit card and how this situation may or may not be similar to that?
This situation is, we are asking for the ability to go out for the bonding for the 28 million, or up to 28 million. We still have to come back in November to approve the borrowing. Maybe Justin can give you more insight into that, but this is like you're applying for it and then you actually accept it and start using it. So that's all I can say. If you want to approve it, if you want to adjust the amount, there's a certain limit to what we can go down to. Otherwise, the whole issuance is just going to not work. So
Right.
I'm going to leave it up to you. I gave you my opinion. I have nothing else to really add on that.
Thank you for that clarification. And so what we're saying tonight is that we want to change the methodology that we've been doing this versus the past, and that numerous other counties do this, and that this isn't really that earth-shattering, but it is different for us, and so that's what we're trying to adjust to, I think. So since it's not that different to me, I think it's probably a pretty good idea. I'll pass.
Supervisor Hanson, second time?
First time.
I think second, maybe third or fourth, but we'll say second.
Director Kaiser, I would definitely like to see this with a unanimous vote. And you just mentioned, and so did Corporation Council, the possibility to amend. Please give me your best estimate reducing, because I'm extremely sensitive to Supervisor Fari's and Supervisor Binder's comments in explaining exactly what they just said when I go back to my district. What would be a comfortable number, because then I'm going to offer the amendment.
Basically, if this doesn't pass at the 28 million, I guess my recommendation, which Justin can agree with or offer another one, would be to pull the 5 million of highway and the 3 million of solid waste and borrow the 20 million, because that's going to be debt levy, period, and the others are going to be handled by and through solid waste and the highway fund. So that would be my recommendation, is go to 20 million and just borrow general obligation for the general fund like we've always done in the past. We haven't borrowed for highway or solid waste since, I think, 2019.
And the drawback would be what? If we go down to the 20 million and we take away from the highway and solid waste, the drawback, what would be tell me exactly what the difference would be so I can explain it better.
The drawback is getting into a cycle of borrowing to pay for your capital projects, because solid waste has many things coming up along with highway, for the Paisley rating for highway, for solid waste, for the whole station that they're going to have to redo. So they've got a lot of borrowing they're probably going to have to do coming forward, along with the potential new site. So this is just trying to get to the starting point of getting them in the realm of borrowing for the future.
Could you confirm, Supervisor Binders, so if I were to offer the amendment to go to 20 million, the next time we could address this is when?
I mean, I'm not sure that the reconsideration has been voted on or done, or an amendment has been done for the
What?
27999, or what other amendment you may want to go. So I'm not sure where we're at right now. I'm going to leave that to.
I have to admit, I did not hear the amendment.
Well, I think there's still the motion for reconsideration on the floor.
That's what I thought. Is because
Supervisor Halber?
But prior to that, there was a motion for reconsideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm just wondering, setting aside the spending and then the future spending, so that I can understand what's happening, we're asking if we can go out and see if we can borrow and how much it'll cost to borrow $28 million so that we can invest $28 million. and make free money in the interest rate. Is that what we're talking about here?
No, that is not what we're talking about here. We
So-
are not borrowing money to invest it, that's against the law.
I'm sorry.
We are trying to proactively borrow ahead for projects to pay for them with the borrowing going forward. So right now, we have in total, let me move that up. No, move it so I can see the totals. We have 17 million of projects from last year. We have 19 million in the budget for this year. That's a total of 36 million projects to be funded. So if we borrow 28, that still leaves 8 million to be funded from somewhere else, whether that's Spirit Fund or whether that's unassigned general fund or solid waste or highway. So that are all of the numbers of 17 million is for last year, 19 is for potential projects for this year. So them are all of the numbers. So if we just borrow for last year, the minimum number is 17 million.
And if we borrow for both years, we actually need 36 million.
In total, we need 36, but we never borrow for the full amount just because of practice of not all projects come through attrition, or we get other grants, or we get other funding, or we get Spirit funding for them. So if you don't spend them within a certain amount of time, you end up with arbitrage rules that end up with a big penalty and against the law.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Vice Chairman Farr, is this your third time?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think this is your third time.
I believe it is.
I will let you speak, but short.
Thank you. If I might offer a correction, as I read the budget book, the appropriated funding for 2025 was 19 million, and 10 million of that was going to be bonded for. The other, it states clearly in the budget book, was funded by other sources. Are we no longer applying that other source? Basically, they're going to put the reserve money to buy that down. Are we no longer going to do that? I mean, I'm quoting from the budget book, sir.
You could be, but there's also been projects that were added since the budget was passed and all different amendments. So I cannot answer that off the top of my head, but the numbers are here in the budget book you have in front of you of 17 million of projects from 2025.
Okay, well, if you want to
of
use 17
2026.
versus 19, that's fine, but the arbitrary discussion there would be, how much of that are we going to apply reserve funding to buy that down to the 10 million we normally bond for? Then in addition to that, we're going to borrow another 18 million. So I understand the focus of it, but I think we're losing sight of what we've already proposed in the budget.
I'm
It
not
says
sure of your
other
question.
funding is what it says. To define other funding, that could be a grant or other things, but that's usually stated in there. Normally, it means they're going to buy that down using reserve funds. And we currently have $36 million in reserve.
Other funding is normally state grants. Highway is a big one. Parks is another one. Waukau Dam, Grunman Dam. A lot of that other funding is from state and federal sources.
Okay, well then that, as it states in the budget book, other funding is applied to reduce the 19 million or 17 million to 10 million. So I would respond that that's already been calculated in there.
I'm not sure what you're seeing is 19 down to 10 in the budget book.
You know, and I had that all written out too, but I unfortunately I didn't bring it with me, so I'm going from memory, but I believe I'm pretty accurate there.
I see no more questions, so Supervisor Cox, you want to read the, oops, Supervisor Nussbaum.
I have a couple questions. Now, the motion to reconsider
has to be unanimous?
No.
No? Did we not already vote on to reconsider?
I didn't think you did. Or, okay, did you?
We did, yes.
I thought we did.
Okay. Okay. And the vote passed?
Passed to reconsider.
Yes.
Okay.
But it wasn't unanimous.
No, it doesn't have to.
So
So-
now,
So you don't have to reconsider again, but if you voted it down, and then there was another motion to reconsider based on your rules, it talks about needing a unanimous vote. But now that you've already voted for the reconsideration,
so right now, we have a motion for a different amount, correct? What, then,
no, I think
What
she
the-
withdrew it.
oh,
I
she
think
withdrew it?
Supervisor Powers withdrew the motion to amend.
All right.
So now we'll just be going back and voting on the regular one? Right, Mary Ann? We'll just go
Okay,
back and
so
vote on the regular.
you voted for the reconsideration, and now you have to actually vote on the motion itself, the 28 million.
And this has to be unanimous?
No, no, it does not.
Supervisor Stafford.
Could the chair restate the motion so everyone understands what we're...
Right, I'm going to ask Supervisor Cox, it's his motion. So Supervisor Cox, you want to redo the resolution? But,
Tom, Mary Ann can do it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
just hold on a minute, Mary Ann's got something now.
I was just going to say, do you want me to read it?
No, Supervisor Cox is going to read.
Got it right here, Mary Ann. This is going to be to a three-quarter vote, correct?
Yes. Yes.
All right, so everybody knows that they've got to either vote it or forget it. Please allow me to make the motion. A resolution stating authorizing and the borrowing of not to exceed $28 million and authorizing the issuance and sale of general obligation promissory notes therefore. The resolution is 0189102025. Do I have a second?
Seconded by Holt. We have a motion by Holt.
So, can I
Any
s-
questions now? We're going to vote. Okay, we'll vote by machines. It's a three-quarter vote. So,
Approve after reconsideration. What is this all about?
yes, sir.
District 28 still says 8, so it's the wrong 8.
Well, we'll just put Gustafson up there.
This will show up in the record.
Right. Right.
They voted.
w- Okay,
Wait a second. Have we got it up on the screens?
Yes, it'll be showing on
I've
the
got
screen.
vote for current item, and then I have approved after the reconsideration to approve borrowing, okay? Has everybody got that?
It's all right up there.
okay, up or down? Thumbs up. Okay, thumbs up or thumbs down? Yeah.
Jesus. Civic Plus.
Supervisor Powers, okay, got you. Supervisor Mako, yep,
That
Julie?
passes 30 to 5 to 1. Okay, we'll be taking a short break here, a 10-minute break. It was supposed to be at 8, but we're a little late, so we'll be taking a 10-minute break.
The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming.
2025, support increased funding of Supplement Nutrition Assistant Program SNAP in Wisconsin. Supervisor Hancock Cook. You got her on?
And what I'm supposed to do right now is read this thing, if I can actually pull it up, because my agenda's not working. Yeah, thank you so much. What am I supposed to say? I don't even know what I'm supposed to do.
2 minutes, so.
Pardon me?
You got 2 minutes.
I move to introduce a resolution to support increasing funding for supplemental nutrition assistance program in Wisconsin.
Second, Ranky.
Motion's made and seconded for resolution 019010 2025. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Supervisor Laux.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. This isn't something that we would pay for. We're just recommending to the state to increase the monies for SNAP food share. Why does it require a 2/3 vote to recommend something to the state? Or a supermajority? Yeah. Oh, We just built those rules. Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Hancock Cook.
Chair, I wanted to highlight that we all received, if you still receive the emails from the Wisconsin Counties Association from Friday the 10th, I believe, of October, that this was something that they really wanted us to act on because they knew that the change in the ruling or the changes in the laws regarding SNAP payments are going to impact all counties in Wisconsin, and it'll impact us. And that work, or the issue is that there will not only be further need to evaluate or to verify SNAP payment recipients, which will cost our manpower and our time to do, but also that that we will be concerned about having a higher error rate because of the increased work that our people without an increased person will have to do. And once we have that higher error rate, if we fall there, then we become penalized. So there's a couple different ways that counties are going to get hit for more money. And this is what we're asking, or what we're recommending, is that we ask the governor and the state legislature to cover us for those increased funds so that we don't start having higher error rates and suffering penalties. This doesn't increase SNAP payments. This increases funding for us to be able to process the current SNAP payments because we have to make certain further verifications on their working or non-working status, et cetera. So that's what this is about. And it was a recommendation from the Wisconsin Counties Association. The language in the resolution is primarily the language they provided. And I believe, after my experience with a couple of conferences, that they are looking out for counties to make sure that we aren't having to bear excessive financial burdens.
Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First and foremost, I absolutely agree with the premise of what's being proposed in this resolution. But what I did is, this is not an unusual resolution. I've been on the board 3.5 years, and a pleasure to serve, and there have been several resolutions similar to this. For example, there was one from Supervisor Halber and Supervisor Dowling regarding sending an advisory regarding purchase of single-family homes. There was one about sending an advisory about farmland purchases. Here's something that, and there's others too. In fact, I've even authored some of them. Here's something that I would really like to see happen. The ones, for example, like the farmland, everyone might notice that, oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were gaveling me with that sound. Everyone might notice that there is currently an assembly bill being proposed in Madison about that very thing that we addressed, I don't know, 2 years ago. So here's what I would like to see happen. First, because we really don't know, because they could vote this week for the continuing resolution. We have no idea exactly what's going to happen as far as the major bill that's coming up in November. But the common denominator on the ones that did make it through to Madison, I mean, there was even one where some of the supervisors said, well, this isn't actionable. This is very similar. The thing that seemed to go forward with all of these is that they went through the legislative committee as well. I would like to please make a referral to send this to legislative committee and then come back here, because at that time, this might not even be necessary.
Second, Dowling.
Motion made and seconded. Supervisor Hancock Cook.
That the reason that this did not go through the legislative committee is because the time frame in which it was received would not have gotten it into the agenda. But in addition, that this is fairly time sensitive. We're going to have to start paying this money or having to do this increased work starting November 1st. Whether SNAP is reinstored or not, the county is going to have to start doing this work, which is why the Counties Association did send it so urgently for us to respond asking us to talk to our legislators and asking us to bring these resolutions forward. So I think that the time sensitivity relative to this would make it very, it would potentially lose any value if we were to wait another 3 months for it to go before the legislative committee.
Supervisor Hens, I'm sending it back. Supervisor Nussbaum, on sending it back.
Kind of. We had our legislative committee meeting yesterday, so it could have.
Supervisor Swan, on sending it back. Vice Chairman Fari, on sending it back.
Mr. Chairman, yes, I'll address that. And I certainly appreciate the comments from Supervisor Hanson. Normally, issues of this nature need to go through the legislative committee. I did have a discussion with Supervisor Cook on that very issue because we sent out a memo to everybody. If you got an agenda item for the ledge committee, bring it forward to Cassie, we'll put it on the agenda. However, she is correct. She was a day late with the request to put it on the agenda, so I think bringing it forward at this time right now is proper and probably the correct thing to do, given the time sensitivity she's referring to. So even though I appreciate the referral back to Ledge Committee, I will not support that. I think we need to address it right now tonight. Thank you.
Supervisor Bureau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to address this, I think to Supervisor Cook, and that is this memo from the Counties Association talks about extra work. Is there any way we can quantify it? Is it 10 hours a week, 5 hours a week, 20 hours a week? I mean, it's very vague as written, and it's a key driver to substantiate why we need to take action.
Supervisor Hancock Cook.
I can say, I can only tell you what the county association said about this particular thing, because I have not asked our Department of Health to look into this yet. But that the funding that we would need 56, the estimation is it will cost 16.1 million statewide for 56 more workers to make sure Wisconsin error rate stays low. Keeping Wisconsin's error rate low helps Wisconsin avoid penalties of up to $205 million that the federal government would charge the state beginning October 2027. $32.4 million for administrative costs that the federal government used to pay but is now shifting to states, and $20.7 million to make sure that all the people who get SNAP are working enough to get food assistance benefits or qualify for an exemption under the new rules.
Supervisor Swan.
Sorry, I thought we were talking about the referral.
We are, but there's a discussion.
Pertain to the resolution,
It's discussion, it's not that.
So I said no because we were just talking.
Right. I haven't voted on it whatsoever, that part. Well, Supervisor Hanson, second time.
One of the reasons I'm sending back is because I also give a lot of weight to what former Supervisor Gustafson and Assemblyman Gustafson said. It's additional and different pressures that we can do. This is uncertain, and it might be putting the cart before the horse. That's why, again, Supervisor Moreau, there's some data and statistics that I don't know are adequately supported in the resolution. When I go online, I'm not finding the same numbers. I don't think anybody's going to be hurt by sending it to legislative committee.
Supervisor Dowling on sending it back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate all the work that Supervisor Hancock Cook put into this letter and the resolution. I do understand that it's short notice. My reason for seconding the action is because I'd rather see all of us, all 36 of us, make personal phone calls and write our own personal emails to our state representatives. 36 voices, a chorus of needing for support is going to be louder than a letter that might get there in 30 days.
Supervisor Ranke on sending it back.
I'm not going to support sending it to Ledge Committee, one, because I feel like this is more time sensitive, and secondly, I would just like to point out that we can do both. We can send this letter and call our representatives.
Okay, that's all that we have for speakers. So we'll be voting on sending this back to the legislative committee. That's what the motion is and seconded. To send it back to the legislative committee. So we'll vote by machine. That's all we're voting on is sending it back.
No.
If it gets sent back, then we'll go back and vote on the resolution.
So we do not want to send.
That would be.
Yeah, it's not gonna let you save it though, sure.
Supervisor Gabbert? Yes.
Supervisor. Wait, I gotta, Marco's a no. O'Brien's a yes. Where, you?
Oh,
Supervisor Nelson? Doug? I didn't see what.
I think he was gone.
I didn't see his. I can't-
Supervisor Nelson?
Supervisor Fari?
Supervisor Fari? Voted no, he said.
Supervisor Miller?
Which one?
This one.
Supervisor Miller? Kristen?
Up or down? Up.
Oh.
That's just majority, right, for, so that failed.
That failed 13 to 22. Going back. So now we're on the regular resolution 0190-10-2025, support increased funding of supplement nutrition assistant program SNAP in Wisconsin. Any other discussion? Supervisor Hancock Cook.
These changes are a result of HR 1, which has already been passed and is being implemented. These are not relative to any rebudgeting bill or anything that's happening. This is HR 1, which has already been passed and is being implemented as we speak all over. And that that implementation is happening now and will start impacting us as of October 1st, 2025 is when they start looking at the changing in the counting errors. So this is very, very immediate, and it's not going to change regardless of when the government opens up again or not. Or not.
Okay. I just want to let everybody know that there was only 2 that had voted because I didn't see that Supervisor Hancock Cook wanted to speak. So I've reset the vote, so everybody would have to vote again.
Everyone has got to re-vote again
But
because
there's a question.
she missed them. Because Supervisor Hancock Cook wanted to speak.
Right.
So you'll have to vote again.
Just, this is, no, you'll be now voting on the
No, no, I
motion.
haven't-
So
I have a,
Two people did when I had started the vote. So 2 people had voted, so I have reset the vote, so now you're voting on the motion to approve the resolution.
but there's still discussion, right? I mean,
I get,
Just wait a minute, just
Yeah.
let us get all the
Okay.
paperwork straight here.
So,
Well,
I'm-
we can't
I'm good.
help it, our paperwork and
I'm good.
Supervisor Swan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'd like to just say that nobody cares more about this program than me, for many, many reasons, and I'll leave it at that. But I did notice the statistical, not that I'm a mathematician, but I did notice some of the statistics didn't seem to add up to me now. I know we're worried about not having the staff to, and that we would exceed this error rate, but we're at 4.47% now, which is pretty good, right? Because the national average that you state in the policy letter is 10.93%. So an average means to me that half the states would be above 10.93 and half below. That means 25 states have a higher error rate than 10.93%, correct? So if that's the case, I guess my colleague here said that we'd have a year to get our error rates down before the fines would be enforced of 5 to 15 million, as this says. So, there's 25 states that are really going to be scrambling to get their error rates down, I think, don't you think? I mean, we're already pretty good at 4.47. I don't see what the big concern is over that. And, I really have to think that this is going to be taken care of. I think a continuing resolution will be passed or some other solution will be found before this ever hits the desks of the people that need to make a decision on this. So I'm struggling with it because it's a necessary program. It really is. But this is really not an actionable resolution. It's just a feel-good thing that you send off and say, hey, we did our part, but we really have nothing to do with it. So I'm struggling with it. I'd love to hear some more people speak up on this. It's hard to talk about this kind of thing. Because, I recognize it as a huge need. Believe me, and like I said, nobody understands that more than me. Thank you.
Supervisor Holt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last night, we had the opportunity to go on tour with Mr. Topol, and he was talking about this to some degree, and he did say their workload is going up because of these changes. Did he give us specific numbers? No. But we were on a tour, so he wasn't going to give us specific numbers, but he did reference it and said he was grateful that it was coming up today. That's what I remember from the conversation we had about it. I don't know that anybody understands completely what the impact is going to be per county, but regarding which state really stood out to him, he said California stood out as a state that had a much higher error rate, in part because they have more bodies in California. But they certainly had a higher error rate, and he called that out when he was talking about which, that we're doing pretty well considering. But that California stood out to him as an outlier.
Supervisor Bender.
I did ask him about that last night when we were all standing in the lobby and talking, and he said the state is going to do what they do, like random checks. And basically now when we approve somebody, we just unless their status changes, we don't check them every 3 or 6 months. Now we're gonna have to basically verify that they qualify like every 3 months. And the state will come in not knowing when, and they'll take certain amount of cases, and if you fall out of that, then you basically, your percentage changed and you're gonna get fined. So I asked him, is it gonna require more staff for your department? He goes, yes, it will. It's gonna take more time. We're gonna have to continue to basically monitor them. If you're able-bodied, you have to work at least 20 hours a week or volunteer. And if that status changes and you don't report it, and the state would happen to come in and check, well, then we're in violation.
Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I personally like to make things as simple and easy to understand as I can. And given that, from my point of view, the feds have cut funding basically to the administrative part of this and other proposals. What we have before us is simply saying, okay, if the feds are going to cut the funding, we're requesting the state pick it up out of their $4.3 billion surplus so that we don't have to on the county level in the future. Why would we not do that and say, okay, let's have the state pick it up? It's up to our legislators to make that decision. We're simply requesting that they do that. So to me, it's a very simple question with a simple answer, which of course I do support.
Supervisor Ranky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to touch briefly on some of the comments that Supervisor Swan made regarding the error rate and its calculations and where we stand in regards to other states in the country versus sort of our why would we want to improve if we're already in the upper echelon of states. I'm referring to the WCA attachment that came along with this resolution, and in that document there's a subsection that's entitled "What are the federal changes to food share?" There's bulleted items on this if you want to refer to this for future, but the bottom line is they're expanding work requirements, changing what is considered an error as of October 1st of this year, and if states have more than a 6% error rate, they will be penalized and have to pay more starting in 2028. By November 1st of this year, county income maintenance workers must handle all current food share duties, plus verify additional work requirements cases without adding any staff or funding. We already increased the workload. We cannot allow our error rate to go any higher. I believe that Supervisor Fari made an accurate statement when he suggested that we should ask the state to pay for this as opposed to paying for it ourselves.
Supervisor Holber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, that's also, I would like to point out that the very first line in this resolution refers to the federal budget reconciliation package that was already enacted. I'm not quite sure where the confusion comes in about laws changing in the future. We are reacting to something or asking our state to react to something that has already been passed and is going into effect. We don't want to pay any more in penalties and cost our county money if we happen to make more mistakes due to the increased workload that we're going to have to do. So we're asking the state to pick up that bill. And as far as our budget goes, and as far as I had asked everyone, I challenged everyone the last 2 meetings to find budget cuts, to find ways to save money, this is a no-brainer to me. Why would we just volunteer our constituents to pay more money if we happen to start making more mistakes with the higher workload when we can just recommend it to the state? Thank you.
Supervisor Gilbertson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to call the question.
Motion made and second for the question be called. Right. We've got to vote on that. Yeah. We have to vote on calling your question. Right?
Point of clarification, the current item that's on my screen is the amendment and not calling the question. I understand, but the motion that's on the floor is to call the question is recognized by the board, or by the chair. We can't ignore that.
can do a voice vote if that's what you want. Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried. Now we're back to our original motion. Gotta find it here now. Huh? Oh, we got it, yes. So now we'll vote on the regular motion. Resolution 190-10-2025, support increased funding for supplement nutrition assistant program SNAP in Wisconsin. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. We'll have to let our clerk catch up a little bit because I said we're going to do these three all by, so. Okay, while the clerk is catching up here, we'll go into ordinance number 0191, 10-2025, approve revised Chapter 27, County Shoreline Zoning Ordinance. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to make a motion to approve 0191-10-2025.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Any discussion?
Yeah.
Supervisor Buck.
Where is it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would it be appropriate if I asked the director a few questions?
No.
Mr. Bougie?
No.
No? Well, I guess the questions that I had, I don't know if anybody can answer them, but I guess, we're talking about water here, and I don't know the answer to this, and maybe I should have asked him before, but, say Supervisor Nelson puts up a casino in Winnebago, and down the river, he just decides that he's going to, pollute the river. Can one township do something that another township does? I guess I'm asking that because what I'm hearing is we don't have a uniform code that one township can do something that another one does. And I think we have pretty good leadership in Winnebago County, but that doesn't say in 20 years that somebody's going to have some crazy ideas. So I guess that's just the points that I would like to make, and if anybody can answer those questions, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Testing, okay. I will do my best to answer your question. I have concerns, as Supervisor Miller knows, as Supervisor Frassetto knows, as I've told the towns when we went to the towns meeting. Winnebago County is mandated to regulate land usage in all shorelands in unincorporated areas. Unincorporated areas are the towns. And I'm saying that based on Wisconsin statute. Wisconsin statute 59-692 specifically says, to effect the purpose of 281-31, all right, each county shall zone by ordinance all shorelands in its unincorporated areas. That statute goes on to say that a town may, not shall, may enact a zoning ordinance affecting the same shorelands subject to restrictions. Now, given the fact that Winnebago County is mandated to regulate land usage in all shorelands and unincorporated areas, what happens if there is no longer specific incorporation of our general zoning ordinance in our shoreland zoning ordinance? As the ordinance stands now, there is a specific reference to general zoning in our shoreland zoning ordinance. As Supervisor Miller has indicated, Planning and Zoning Committee had numerous iterations of basically a draft of a new ordinance, given the fact that the DNR issued a template. The concern I have is that if in fact we are mandated to regulate this land usage in all shoreline areas, and if, as the proposal is referenced, there is no longer specific incorporation of general zoning in shoreland areas, would the portions of our county general zoning still apply in shoreland areas? And I know this is really dense, but just stay with me. And if that was the case, would those provisions supersede town ordinances? And so you look at the case law, and the concern I have is the potential legal liability for the county based on an interplay between Wisconsin statutes coupled with case law. Now, I've told you that 69 or 59-692 talks about the fact that each county is mandated to zone shorelands and unincorporated areas. There is no question about that. It talks about also that section to affect the purpose of 28131. 28131, which is talking about water quality and quantity, and I'm just taking portions of it out because I know it's late at night and this is a little thick, but the purpose of the regulation shall be to further the maintenance of safe and healthful conditions, prevent and control water pollution, protect spawning grounds, fish, and aquatic life, control building sites, placement of structure, and land uses, okay? So 692 is saying, hey, counties, you have to affect the purpose of 281, all right? Now, what does the case law say? There was a case in 2022, and it's entitled Wapaka versus Gala. That is the most recent relevant case we have. And it pertained to a situation where the general zoning ordinance was explicitly incorporated by reference into the shoreland zoning ordinance. So the facts under that were that Gala challenged Wapaka's enforcement of county general zoning provisions in the shoreland property. The court concluded Gala's interpretation would affect, and I'm quoting, a radical transformation of the interplay between county general zoning and shoreland zoning. So that appears to support the position that county general zoning should apply in shoreland areas. But the problem is, or the concern I have is, there was a specific reference in this case to general zoning in Wapaka's shoreland code. What you folks are going to be voting on tonight is an ordinance that takes out the reference of general zoning in the shoreland code. And that's the concern I have. And then, in terms of liability for the county, what happens if there is a dispute in a town? And the town says, no, you can't put up that fruit stand. And the county says, yeah, you're allowed to do that, okay? So the county says yes, and the town says no, And we are obligated, the county is obligated by statute to zone by ordinance all shorelands in its unincorporated areas to control building sites. What happens if the landowner says, wait a minute, county, you're not doing your duty under the law, okay? I'm going to bring a mandamus action against Winnebago County for failing to act, for failing to perform a legally obligated duty, okay? There were other cases. There was a Attorney General opinion back in 2019 from Attorney General Schimmel. It was an Oneida case. Could Oneida impose a single-family zoning provision from its general zoning ordinance in a town that had not adopted the county's general zoning ordinance? But again, with that opinion, Oneida's shoreland zoning ordinance provided that its general zoning ordinance would apply in shorelands. I know this is really dense, but what you are voting on is an ordinance that is taking out specific reference to general zoning. As Supervisor Miller indicated, this ordinance is based on the DNR template. And the DNR template, while it does not have specific reference to general zoning, there is reference in the template to general zoning in notes. So basically, I felt my job is to protect Winnebago County. And I am concerned with the interplay between the statutes and the case law that we could face liability. And so what I believed we should do was send out a request for an Attorney General opinion so that if someone comes knocking and serves us with papers, we can say, we have gone above and beyond. We have gotten an Attorney General opinion. We understand there's a question, but it shows our good faith. So, I mean, I'm not looking at one county or one town. I'm looking at the entire county. And whereas Jerry and Carrie are there, they could tell me. But so there are 11 towns, okay, plus 4 that have already adopted our county zoning. But there are 11 towns. So yes, I know we've heard from Oshkosh and we've heard from Winchester, and I totally understand that. But, you know, what about the other towns, okay? What about, what about Nepuescum? As I'm trying to find it, Wolf River, okay, Clayton, Rushford, Poygan, Utica, you know, all of these towns, what about those? But again, my concern is really the county and trying to avoid a lawsuit.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions, Supervisor Buck?
I guess just, I'm thinking about every one of these being uniform, I get the point that not all the townships have weighed in on this. They don't have, I guess, a voice here. I guess I would just be looking that, you know, all the shoreland is zoned the same throughout, because as we know in this community and this county, what you do downriver affects people. And so I would hope that that's what our goal would be, to protect water quality in the spirit of Supervisor Fari and what he's been able to do in this county. So that, just a comment. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Hintz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mary Ann, a simple nod or shake of your head to acknowledge this. It's a yes or no question. Was the planning committee made aware of all of your concerns before they voted?
Yeah, they were.
Okay.
They were.
I just want to say, I know this item came up last session in 22 to 24 when Chairman Egan, you and I were both on planning and zoning at the time, and that's when then Supervisor Miller brought it forward, and I encouraged him to talk with planning and zoning. And so this started quite a while ago. And I knew when Supervisor Miller became the chairman of the committee, I knew that it was gonna be in good hands. And I'm just saying that this committee, who has a lot of people on it who have a lot of experience dealing with planning and zoning issues, voted unanimously with that information. I can't say, you know, what their motivations were. All I can say is, when I see a unanimous vote by a committee, I tend to trust the committee. Because I know, chairing my own committee now and chairing planning and zoning last time, I know how much committees work on these issues, how much they dig into these issues. So, as far as I'm sitting right now, I understand what's been said, but I have to trust the committee because they heard the same information we heard. They're more into this area, they're more knowledgeable of it, and they took that into consideration. They voted unanimously on it. Thank you.
Supervisor Hanson.
Mr. Chairman, I do see that Supervisor Miller is up next. Just as a reminder, Rule 10.2, since he is the one that is introducing this, he gets 3 minutes for his first time speaking, if he chooses to do that. I'm looking at 281.33. I'm also looking at 59.692. There's often stuff that competes. And there's always going to be lawsuits. And I'm reading a Supreme Court case, Wisconsin Supreme Court case of 2021. It is Anderson versus Town of Newbold. The court held in a 5-2 decision that the town was able to do stricter frontage. So the towns mostly have it's basically saying the towns have the authority over even what the county may or may not have said. The way I kind of look at it too, Washington DC doesn't really know anything about Winnebago County. Madison knows a little bit better. Winnebago County knows even better for what is best for Winnebago County. But a town or a village inside Winnebago County knows even more and better than we as a county board. Sometimes I think we need to allow them to be empowered to do the things that they want. 59.22, or excuse me, 59.69, I've got it here. It's actually section 2 in 281.33 that I think gives the towns the authority to do that. Again, I cannot imagine that the DNR, having signed off on this, has not also done their due diligence. There's always going to be lawsuits. I don't think we will ever prevent a lawsuit. But based on the people from the towns that have come to speak to us, they've done their homework. So has the DNR, and so has planning and zoning. I'm going to vote in favor.
Supervisor Howard Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've gone over this for a number of years, and there's some things that, just to give everybody a little background in this, we're talking about shoreland zoning, which is Chapter 27. General zoning is covered under Chapter 23 in our code. But you really have to understand the difference between the two, and that is in the purpose. If you look at the purpose for shoreland zoning, it's identified in Section 1.3 of the code, and it's basically to preserve water quality, protect aquatic life, and maintain natural beauty. The purpose of general zoning is to protect the rights of your neighbor. In other words, shoreland zoning protects nature, general zoning protects people. The DNR has provided a model which we followed, and you have to realize that the DNR they have stated that this model is up to the latest state law. It was a model last revised on October 18th of 2023. And it incorporates, they've looked at all state law, and that's how they made their model. Their model does not include general zoning at all. And you've got to understand that the DNR said general zoning should not be in here. because it doesn't fit the purpose of this code. Although staff tried to add some general zoning into it, it was finally taken out, basically because of the outcry at the public hearing. And I'm glad the outcry was there because it shouldn't have been in there in the first place. A couple other things that you need to note. If you look at 28131, which was referenced earlier, in paragraph 1 of that section of state code, it gives the purpose. And it lists a bunch of things, but the bottom line, it's all to protect nature. That's what the county is charged with, is protecting nature, protecting the shoreland, not protecting other people, general zoning. You've got to make that distinction. It was reiterated in 59692, parent 2, parent BG. It gives the towns the authority to do the general zoning. Okay? So that's what we're doing. And it also charges the town that they have to use their current general zoning code. They can't make a special code for general zoning and shoreland. The towns have to use the same code throughout the township. Okay? So there isn't work for the towns to do. They already have it done. The 11 towns that have their own zoning, it's done. Okay? As far as
Mr. Miller, your
litigation
3 minutes
goes.
is just about up, so.
All right, I'll try to get, I'm working at it. As far as litigation goes, the DNR has provided us a model. So if litigation does occur, we have backing of the state. If we go rogue and put general zoning in there, we're on our own if litigation comes up. Just want to remember that. We're trying to prevent litigation, but, you know, it's going. One more thing I'd like to address is the comment about maps. If anyone would like maps from the town of Winchester, I'm sorry that's the only one I have with me tonight because I live there and I know people from there. I have one map here that shows Winnebago County. It shows the Winchester map zoning for non-shoreland areas. I have another map here showing the Winchester zoning code for shoreland areas, and another one with them all combined. These maps that they were so concerned about having time to create, they already exist on the GIS system and are available tomorrow if any of the towns want them. And I know I've gone over my time, so I'll.
Point of information, Corporation Council is shaking their head while Supervisor Miller's speaking, and I'd like to know why.
I just want to clarify, this is the DNR template that Supervisor Miller referenced on, and it was dated October 18th, 2023. In section 13.0, it specifically notes under note, under general zoning, any change of use must meet underlining zoning provisions. So to suggest there is no reference to general zoning is not accurate. There is not a specific reference as is listed in our current code, but there are passing references to general zoning in the DNR template, and I've pointed that out to Super Miller in the past. So we have the note under section 13, we have the note under section 15, and it talks about note 2. It's important to note that property owners may be required to obtain permits or approvals, and counties may impose fees under ordinances adopted pursuant to other statutory requirements. such as floodplain zoning, general zoning, okay? So that's in section 15, and then in section 16, again in a note, there is reference to general zoning. While Supervisor Miller is correct that our current form of the code is not mirrored in the DNR template, it is wrong to say there is no reference to general zoning because I just pointed out 3. That's all I want to say.
Vice Chairman
Okay.
Fari.
Can I respond to that?
We're going to go with Vice Chairman Fari, and then you can raise your hand again.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the comments from our county executive specific to the mapping issue. I think he is, I would disagree with the maps that were furnished by the zoning department. So let me elaborate on that. Specifically, Town of Vinland, obviously I was chair, served on the board for 24 years. We're going to take a road in the town of Vinland that's Cowling Bay Road. That's off County Road A. All of those homes that border the lake are zoned R1 or R3 by the town. And that zoning map clearly indicates that zoned property all the way to the lake. The county authority is then identified by an overlay map over our zoning that shows hash marks. Within that area, the county currently has the authority they have. What is going on here is Act 145 was passed by the state legislature. It basically gives the towns the right to have their own zoning within the shoreland area. Supervisor Miller and the committee have made the decision that they're going to apply that law to our current zoning code. To respond to Supervisor Buck's comment, all the towns are going to gain is general zoning authority. The county is retaining all kinds of additional authority. Impervious surface, water quality. Let me read a few here. Expanded or erected, moved, reconstructed, enlarged properties or homes has to have a county permit. They're not giving up all their authority at all. They still have a lot of authority and they're still going to be issuing those permits. It's just the general zoning. The general zoning, how many dogs you can have, how many cats you can have, where you can put your little out 10 by 10 building will fall under town zoning. And each town might do it differently, that's correct. But it still should be, and we should, I hope, support this because the legislature acted on this when they approved and the governor signed Act 145. It is time that this county adopted that law and applied it to our own zoning. Specifically, Andy, when you get into villages, cities, they have home rule, they have their own zoning, and county zoning or town zoning has no application there at all. So that's just my two cents. I'm asking you to support this. This is the right thing to do. It's the time to do it. And I applaud the Planning and Zoning Committee for taking the initiative to do what should have been done several years ago. Thank you.
Supervisor Halber.
Point of order. Mr. Chair, can we figure out who's doing the bell thing?
It's on your computers.
So the bottom line
It
is,
don't
I'm
matter,
not
we don't
sure
want
if
that
we've
bell no
appointed-
more.
I don't know if we've appointed somebody else as the parliamentarian in these proceedings.
No,
As far as I know, those roles are already assigned.
right.
And I
Clerk's
find
fine.
that behavior to be absolutely disrespectful. That
Agreed.
needs to stop immediately.
Agreed.
And so such person doing that could potentially should be asked to leave.
And there's more
That
than
is
one
absolutely
person.
disrespectful. That anybody else has been doing that, that is absolutely rude.
It's your
I'm not sure who all, there's more than one.
It's your computer. If your computer volume isn't turned off, it's just doing it automatically.
Well, then maybe we should turn the volume off.
If you
So. Supervisor Hallber.
I don't even know at this point. I'm so confused with the dinging.
So you're gonna pass?
Half of anything that was going on.
Okay, so you're passing. Supervisor Facetto.
I'm sort of brought back to being in church at Holy Name of Jesus, and I'm going to genuflect, but thank you for turning off the chime. There's been some really great discussion, and I want to throw out this caveat that if I say anything disparaging against, relative to what Corp Council has said or County Executive, which I don't think I will, but if it comes across that way, I want to apologize in advance. I've been obviously knee-deep in this and in conversation with the Town Association attorney for a long time, and he actually was a party to drafting this legislation. And some of you've heard the reference to Act 145, which is a clarification of the shoreland zoning, the 59, and 692, blah, blah, blah. We have spent a lot of time on this, and I just want to point out a couple of things that I've found sort of interesting. First, there is a clear line between 28131 that gives the authority to manage our water resources, navigable waters, down to 59692, which is the enabling legislation that says, hey, this is how we're going to do it, and these are the standards we're going to develop. And then 59692 authorizes the DNR to help and to create this model ordinance so that counties can follow exactly what the legislature intended. So when the DNR comes up with this model ordinance, they're assisting counties to make sure that we're meeting the laws and we're protecting the water, we're protecting the shoreline, we're protecting the habitat, we're doing our due diligence. And in fact, a vast majority of Wisconsin's counties have used that model ordinance. So when I understand how the Corp Council is saying there's going to be a what-if scenario here, and it's possible we're going to see some sort of, we're going to be liable, there's going to be a mandamus action and whatnot. Yeah, that's certainly possible. But if the vast majority of Wisconsin counties are already using this particular model ordinance produced by the DNR that I'm sure has been vetted, we would have heard, she would have had probably a boatload of cases to share with us, other than the two that she currently did. But that's aside. This is not unique. For us to pull out the general zoning out of this particular ordinance, it is not unique, and I think it's something that we really ought to support. Thank you.
You still hear bells. Well, I thought they all would know it by now. Supervisor Laux.
I withdrew after Fari spoke because he addressed
Supervisor
everything I was
Dowling.
going to address.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the advice of Corporation Counsel and County Executive, I would move to change line 31 on page 1 so that the effective date would be our March meeting, and I'm looking for that exact date in 2026, which would be March 17th.
You said 2026?
It is St. Patrick's Day, yes, but we are so dedicated, I'm sure we'll all be here. And this would just be to avoid a lawsuit. And
Dies for a second. So I go back to Supervisor Miller. You want to reply to Corporation Counsel?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Some of the comments that she made, she referenced Wapaka County versus Gola, that account, and she is correct in ruling that it did refer to general zoning and the authority for general zoning in shoreland areas, but this was not a distinction between town and county. The towns were not involved in it. All this court case says is that, yes, general zoning does apply in shoreland areas. Also, she made reference to the fact that there are notes in the model ordinance referring to general zoning. And yes, general zoning does apply in shoreland areas, but it does not anywhere say that it has to be county general zoning. So the general zoning, when it refers to in the notes, is just as likely town general zoning. Does apply in shoreland areas. That's all it says. Attorney Miller also referenced a ruling by Attorney General Brad Schimmel. But you have to realize that that ruling came out prior to Act 145 and was really the reason that Act 145 was written, is because Attorney General Schimmel didn't think that the current state law went far enough to give the towns the authority for general zoning. So as a result of that, the legislature went in and passed Act 145 unanimously because they want the towns to have general zoning authority in shoreland areas. That's the intent of the legislature. So I again urge you to pass this ordinance.
Vice Chairman Fari.
I don't know that I can add to Mr. Miller's comments. They're very accurate and correct. So I guess I'll withdraw. I don't have any other issue to say.
Vice Chairman Facetto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There was actually one final thing I wanted to tack on, which hopefully will be, I guess, a capstone to Chairman of the Planning and Zoning Committee, Supervisor Miller. When we ended up as a committee finalizing our draft, it was sent off to the DNR asking for their approval. Now, this draft did not include any reference to the general zoning. When the DNR responded back, there were some minor edits and additions, correct me if I'm wrong, but there wasn't anything like, hey, wait a minute, where's section 13, your general zoning? You guys had it in here before. How come it's not in here now? What gives? What happened? It seems to me that the DNR, if they really wanted us to have general zoning back in our shoreland zoning, would have said something, and yet they didn't. So here we are. I urge you to vote in favor of this resolution.
I'm going to let Corporation Counsel say one thing, and then we're done. We're not going back and forth anymore tonight. So, one thing.
Just one point of clarification. So, in 2023, and County Executive Hins referenced this, an attorney for the Legislative Council drafted a memo concerning whether a county may enforce county general zoning in town shoreland areas despite a conflicting general town ordinance by incorporating the county's general zoning within the shoreland zoning ordinance by reference. And that opinion, which was requested by Senator Cabral, said that the likely answer was no. But it was acknowledged that that she found reasonable arguments could be made on both sides of the question based on the statutory language. And again, Senator Cabral's opinion resulted in this attorney saying an affected county corporation council could consider requesting an opinion from the Attorney General regarding this question. So I don't think it's black and white. That's why I made the request to the Attorney General. And that's all I needed to say.
Thank you. I see no more names up there. So at this time, it's majority of members to vote. We're still going to do it by machine, though. Do it by a machine. We're voting on ordinance number 0191, 10/2025, approve revised chapter 27, county shoreland zoning ordinance. So vote on your machines. Brian is up. Faceto is up. O'Brien. Nelson is up. Supervisor Fari? Supervisor Cox. Supervisor Cox. Now don't forget, before you all go running out, we'll be starting 6 o'clock Monday night. And so, right. So, right. Do I hear a second? Motion made, second adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, we are adjourned.